All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of The Market Close. It is Tuesday, April 7th. We are live, and as we are getting into the end of the stream, or not the end of the stream, the end of the day, we have just started the stream. We're trying to go green. Trying to go green at the very end of the day, 658 on the S&P 500. There is a reason for it. Because why wouldn't there be in this headline-driven market? And this reason is very similar to what a lot of people have been talking about today in terms of what could happen, which is Pakistan getting involved. Here you go. The Pakistani prime minister is requesting a 2-week deadline extension from Trump and asking Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz as a sign of goodwill. As per the senior Iranian official, Tehran is positively reviewing Pakistan's 2-week ceasefire request. And as a result of that, all of the excitement, all of the energy, all the hype, all the vocabulary, all the craziness that we saw this morning in Trump's tweet about blowing up entire civilizations, well, once again, it feels like that is potentially not going to be as aggressive as what people thought. Simply based on the idea that there might be somewhat of an extension, like there has been for the past 4 times in which we've seen an extension. White House just now told Axios the president is aware of Pakistan's Iranian 2-week ceasefire proposal. The president has been made aware and a response will come. Again, senior Iranian official to Reuters, Tehran is positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire. That does not mean we're actually going to have a ceasefire. That does not mean that the markets aren't going to react to this negatively. So far, they're obviously reacting positively because it is once again an extension of a deadline that has been extended 3 times in the past month. But it is, one could argue, a positive piece of news, and that's why you're seeing the markets go a bit green right now.
Diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly, and powerfully, with the potential to lead to substantive results in the near future. He goes on to earnestly request, he says, President Trump to extend his deadline for 2 weeks. He says Pakistan, in all sincerity, is requesting Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks, he says, as a goodwill gesture. And then finally, he urges all warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks to allow diplomacy to achieve conclusive termination of war in the interest of long-term peace and stability in the region. Scott, no immediate response from the White House on that. That was just posted a few minutes ago. I just reached out to them to see if they have any response. We'll have to see if
and the response just came in from Carolyn Levitt again to Axios. Reading it again, president has been made aware, and a response will come. Either the response will be violent or the response will be okay. We're going to take 2 weeks. I think a lot of people obviously think that Trump has been looking for some type of an out here in terms of an off-ramp, and this might be it. It might be the Pakistanis giving him an off-ramp, at least for the next 2 weeks, in terms of having this not be as aggressive as what people thought it could be in the morning. I'm going to do a poll right here in the chat now based on this new information, which again, these markets move on information by the millisecond. This is the newest piece of information for those that are just joining. Pakistan is proposing a 2-week ceasefire. Pakistan is one of the core mediators between the United States and Iran. And Tehran, I should say, the capital of Iran, is positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire as per Reuters. And White House's Carolyn Levitt has said to Axios the president has been made aware of this proposal. Do we think Trump strikes tonight now that we have this new data? If he doesn't, he will be 4 for 4 on extending these deadlines. It is ironically happening on a Tuesday. And so if you are eating tacos tonight, your portfolio might thank you as well. But every time there is some way that this just doesn't end up playing out. AXTI, that's up 6% of the day. Robinhood's going green. You got a lot of these names. Look at Apple. Apple was down at 247 today, now back to 252. A lot of these names trying to get back to a little bit of green. Maybe they don't flip green on the day. Even Microsoft basically flat on the day. Nebius, nice day, up 4%. Intel's up 3%. Celestica's up 2%. Intel had that big deal with SpaceX, which it really looks like SpaceX is going to buy Intel. Multiple pictures of Elon and the CEO together, potentially, working together on the Terafab. I mean, it's not crazy for SpaceX to kind of potentially just integrate the entire fab vertically, but as of now, they are working together. Rocket Lab 6609, that's down 2.3%. Palantir 149.97, almost at 150. Palo Alto is up based on, along with CrowdStrike, based on Claude actually doing something positive today. Look at CrowdStrike up 6% on the day. Claude released a new model, and this model is called, well, not a model. It's kind of a model. It's called Project Glasswing, and Project Glasswing is a new set of capabilities that we've observed in a new frontier model trained by Anthropic. Claude Mythos 2 previews a general-purpose, unreleased frontier model that reveals a stark fact. AI models have reached a level of coding capability where they can surpass all but the most skilled humans at finding and exploiting software vulnerabilities, which is basically saying, hey, we're going to need a lot of cybersecurity in the future. So for once, you actually have a headline from Anthropic that's in the positive side of the software names. And obviously, from a CrowdStrike and Palo Alto perspective, Zscaler, those are the names you think are the least vulnerable to commoditization, unlike a Salesforce and a ServiceNow. So it makes sense that CrowdStrike right there, $25 up on the day. Palo Alto also getting some love. I think it's the CEO of Palo Alto bought 10 million of his stock last week. Look at that, up 5.42%. So nice to see the security names actually get a little bit of love. So that is our big headline, folks. It's about Pakistan. If you were just joining and wondering why we flipped green, we weren't really that red on the day. At one point during the market open, we were down 1%. Which was, not really that big of a deal. We gave back a little bit of what we got yesterday, so it wasn't that intense. And it kind of felt like the market knew something, or the market was expecting it to not be as aggressive. You got Micron almost going green on the day. And based on this new headline that you are seeing right now, Pakistan intermediating a potential deal, at least a 2-week ceasefire. This is what the Pakistani Prime Minister wrote. Diplomatic efforts for a peaceful settlement for the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly, and powerfully with the potential to lead to substantive results in the near future. That sounds bullish, at least. To allow diplomacy to run its course, I earnestly request President Trump to extend the deadline for 2 weeks. Pakistan is in all sincerity requests the Iranian brothers to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. If the Iranians actually open up the strait for 2 weeks after not opening it up for a month and a half, I mean, that definitely is a sign of de-escalation versus escalation. And then obviously Trump would follow through on the 2-week extension of the deadline. And this way, Trump basically gets a out by saying, well, the Pakistanis did a good job by intermediating it. He doesn't have to kind of go back on what he said, because there's now this new third variable that has entered into the equation. And both sides, at least for the next 2 weeks, get some momentum. Now, look, if the Iranians do not open up the strait for the next 2 weeks, I don't think the United States is going to easily agree to a 2-week ceasefire. And I think in the next couple hours, we'll probably know if Tehran has agreed to any of this stuff. The only quote we had to Reuters is a senior Iranian official 10 minutes ago saying Tehran is positively reviewing Pakistan's request. And then Carolyn Levitt said Trump has been made aware of the proposal. So I don't know. I mean, we're going to see how this ends up playing out. Will there be a ceasefire? Will there not be? We got rumors of a ceasefire a while ago, and it didn't actually end up playing out. But now the question is this a different variable that could have a better chance of potentially allowing some level of at least a deal in the short term? In the long term, who knows how this is going to play out. Now, you also do have a bunch of military sources that communicated through Telegram, which is the main way a lot of these sources get their messages out in Iran. And they said, if Trump wants to fall from one hole to another with his madness, we have prepared a black hole for him, from which it will be impossible for him to get out. Trump's threats are more due to his desperation and helplessness and Iran's authority in the field than to his initiative and power. But if Trump wants to fall from one hole to another, then we are ready for that. We have prepared a good surprise for Trump's possible madness. And in the event of Trump's crime, Iran will not hesitate to impose heavy costs on the United States and its partners. So you have different military sources that are, talking the way they talk in a more aggressive stance and threatening that if the United States were to do something, they will fight back. And then you have the Pakistanis coming in saying, hold on, we could get a 2-week ceasefire if you both agree to some goodwill. Trump, don't bomb anyone. Iran, open up the strait. And maybe we will find out probably over the coming hours. I think we'll find out before 8 p.m. Jason will be on for Technical Tuesday, and maybe while we're doing technicals with him, we'll get a Trump post and he'll either confirm or deny this. But I think that's what the market is waiting for. In terms of volume, S&P, actually decent volume, came towards the middle of the day, 55 million shares. Now, the average volume is obviously much higher. It's at 98 million. So still lower than what the volume should be, but way higher than what it was yesterday. Yesterday was the lowest volume in over 15 months. It was 36 million shares. So we're seeing some more participants come in, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the amount of volume needed for things to kind of go in the right direction. How can you do Technical Tuesday with a bunch of minute-to-minute news? You know, that's a great question. We will try our best. We're going to go through some TA, but I think Jason will also tell you guys the TA might not be as important simply because the headlines will be there, but we'll still take a look at where the technicals are. Nike right there, 42.71. Nasty day down 3%. Robinhood down 0.27%. Tesla did have an uglier day. It was at 338, and now it's at 346. So you got a little bit of a rebound here, but Tesla's still down heavy on the day. Qatar Defense Ministry intercepted a missile attack targeting its territory. We knew in the morning that NVIDIA goes green right here. Iran was likely to attack Qatar based on different reports we had in the morning. So the Qatar Defense Ministry now putting out a statement that they've intercepted a missile attack, which is good that they've intercepted it, but not good because we are seeing further escalation as, again, the markets kind of flip green. Nebius, Intel, Microsoft, VG going red after VG was green. We do have Air Test Systems after the bell. We'll take a look at their earnings. That stock right here down 3%. Based on this Pakistani headline, we got about 3 minutes. Let's get a little bit more coverage, and then we'll keep going from there into the close.
Perceived as somebody who has backed off his threat on his own. What would you say to that?
I think that's absolutely right. The president is sort of between a rock and a hard place on this, making increasingly escalatory threats while also not wanting to be labeled for backing off again. So does he want to move forward with complete obliteration, as he said, or does he want to be ridiculed for backing off? This does give him sort of a middle path. We know throughout all of this, Scott, that these third-party mediators seem to be the ones that have been making the most progress. There have been mixed and conflicting reports even throughout the day today, but also for the past couple of weeks as to whether and to what extent the U.S. officials and Iranian officials have been in actual direct contact. But we know these mediating parties seem to have been continuing even when they're...
We just got a Trump quote to Fox News. Trump to Fox News on Pakistan's 2-week proposal. Quote, "I can't comment because right now we're in heated negotiations." So either Trump is speaking at the White House right now or a Fox News journalist literally just called him. We'll see if we can get more information on that. But Trump to Fox News on Pakistan's 2-week proposal. Again, the Pakistan proposal broke, what, like 30 minutes ago? Less than 30 minutes ago? Quote, "I can't comment because right now we're in heated negotiations." That sounds like he's, I don't know. What does that sound like to you guys? That sounds like to me that he's more willing than not to engage in the 2-week proposal. Now, it really depends. If the Iranians say we'll open up the strait for the net for 2 weeks, I think Trump immediately will say, all right, boom, let's do the deal. S&P going green. Look at that. 20 seconds into the close, S&P going green. If the Iranians don't agree to that, then I doubt he would also agree to the ceasefire, but who knows? This is a crazy market. This is absolutely crazy. But this is what we're living in. 5 seconds until the market closes and the S&P 500 goes green on the day. Tuesday, April 7th, 4 p.m. The stock market, the volatile market of stocks, is now closed. We ended green. We ended green on the day. We actually ended green. This is coming after Trump said civilizations will essentially die tonight and never be brought back. We ended green after that type of a tweet, which quite frankly, the counter signal on that tweet was to not get super emotional about it because, you know, we've seen these tweets over and over again, but nonetheless, it's a very emotionally charging tweet. And the market, for now, at least ended up green. S&P 500, 659.22. That is up 29 cents on the day after going to the lows of almost 651. You had Lemonade that was down about 6% on the day. Paramount was up about 9%. Palo Alto up 5%. Air Test Systems, we'll cover those earnings in a second. Let me know in the chat if anyone owns those names. We'll take a look at what ends up happening to that stock based on those numbers. Robinhood, that was up or down 0.19% of the day. CrowdStrike was up 6%. Broadcom, look at that. Great deal for Broadcom. We'll talk more about that deal, but that's up 6.2%, which was also incredible. Apple, that was down 2% on a foldable phone delay, which, I mean, I don't know if the market cares that much about their foldable phones, but that's why that stock was down 2%. Micron, basically flat on the day. Kratos down 2.8%. Red Cat down 7.5%. Ondas actually ended green on the day. Nebius, great day, up 4%, 117.40. Intel, 52.91 with that SpaceX deal. That bumped them up about 5%. Celestica, that was up 1.7%. UNH, great day as well, 9%, pretty much 7 to 9% across for healthcare. So you got a lot of momentum in the healthcare names based on those CMS rates that changed. NVIDIA climbing after hours, 178. NVIDIA was at 174.30. NVIDIA now 178. Even Bitcoin getting a nice little pump as that's getting some more momentum. I have the clip of Trump telling Fox News he's in heated negotiations, or at least telling a reporter that. Let me pull that up real quick. This broke about 5 minutes ago. And this was his response to the Pakistani negotiations.
Phone call with President Trump. He declined to say how he's feeling about the talks with Iran, but he said that, I can't tell you right now, we're in heated negotiations. So that at least shows us that the president, as he always has been, is open to discussion on all of this. He wants that straight open. He says the regime has already changed to a certain extent.
What do we think, guys? What do we think? Are we getting a taco today? It is indeed Tuesday. Bitcoin spiking up as well from 68.7 to 69.3. Are we getting a retracement from Trump, or is he going to attack? The poll in the chat, 60-40. 60-40 on the side that he doesn't attack. And again, there's like two sides of the argument. The side for not attacking is obviously it would spike oil prices, which is not good for the United States, not good for the stock market. It's not good for anything that Trump cares about. The reason to attack is that it might create more leverage with him getting them to open up the Strait of Hormuz. But if this Pakistani 2-week ceasefire is premised off the idea that the Iranians will open it as a sign of goodwill, which will be very important for the past month and a half, we haven't had it open, and Trump, all he has to agree to is to not strike them, which I don't think it's going to be that hard to agree to that. I mean, maybe there's a world where, at least in the short term, the market prices that in and they think that there's going to be some level of a productive dialogue happening between the two over the next 2 weeks. Because once you have those 2 weeks in place, I mean, are they really going to go back to just bombing the crap out of each other after 2 weeks? Or will they actually be able to like calm down a little bit, have a regular, mature discussion in 2 weeks now that both sides got what they wanted, at least for 2 weeks, and be able to come to some type of deal? I mean, we are going to know probably in the next, I would say in the next 3 or 4 hours, we are definitely going to figure out, or Trump will post if he's accepted this deal or not. But the deal is on the table. And now it's up to both sides to discuss what ends up happening. Pound to right there, ending green on the day, 150. UNH, again, that was up 9%. Coherent was up. Amcor was up. A lot of these high beta names actually ended up catching a bid, at least towards the end of the day, even if they didn't fully go green. Reddit as well. Reddit was almost below 120. On Thursday. It is at 141 on the day. So definitely you got a little bit more momentum coming through. Air test systems, do we have those numbers? It's flat after hours. Again, the stock is up 120% year to date. Would not surprise me if it takes a breather just because it's up a lot, but it's also a small cap. It would not surprise me if this thing explodes, if we get some bigger results. I don't have the numbers yet. Doesn't seem to be out. Broadcom definitely got a meaningful move today, up 6%, 19 bucks. Added about what is this? About 80 billion in market cap today, roundabout 80 billion, a little bit more than 80 billion. I think it deserves it. That deal they signed with Anthropic, we don't have the numbers on it, but it is for a lot of compute for custom Google TPUs. Broadcom is the core supplier that makes those TPUs, and as a result, Broadcom, Marvell, all those companies, also Amcor attached with Broadcom, that should help them to be able to get some more of that momentum. Air test systems, I do not have it. I do not have it yet. AEHR is down 2.83%. All right, the results are probably out, even if I don't see it. But you are getting a 2% move to the downside. Israeli military says situation assessment shows possibility of increased fire towards Israel may occur in the coming hours. Israel already said this morning that they've attacked different bridges. Iran is also attacking different parts of Tel Aviv. So you've got both sides still going at it, which means the ceasefire would be very productive, at least in the short term, to kind of stop this from meaningfully escalating. It's a 2% decline. It's not really much. It's nothing too crazy. Why are you guys saying it's down 10%? It's not down 10%. In fact, it just went, okay, popped green for a second. Now it's down 3%. Now it's back to normal. Now it's up 2. You guys are seeing the candles on the screen as well. It's not really making up its mind right here. Don't have these numbers, trying to get them, but we're not seeing it yet. Will you cover APLD earnings tomorrow? Yes, I will cover Applied Digital earnings tomorrow. That's another one of these AI HPC plays. APLD, this thing I think topped out around 45, back down to 25 on the day. Okay, Air Test Systems, they beat EPS by 28.5%. You've got expected -7 cents. They came in at -5 cents. Revenue, they missed by 4%. Oh my. This company does... Wow. Okay, so revenue is down 44% year over year. Actual was expected was 10.85. It's at 10.31. Stock's now making a move right here, up 3%. They missed by 5% on revenue. They beat 30% on EPS. On a TTM basis, this company's doing 40 million in revenue based on these numbers. Market cap's 1.5 billion. So it's definitely made a move right here. Stock's now trying to move up a little bit. It was down 3, now is up 5, now it's down 1. I mean, the revenue miss is not that crazy, down 5%, but the EPS growth is down 170% year over year, and revenue growth is down 43.67% year over year. But that probably was already priced in. So the expectation on EPS, I think, is the most important. They beat by 30% on EPS, which is, you know, stock's up 120% for the year. They beat 30% expectations. You can't get too upset about that. And yeah, obviously they're spending to scale up. So, you know, they're probably not expected to be the most profitable right here. 50.60. I mean, this is kind of a nothing burger. Quite frankly, if you bought this stock in the past couple of days, it's down 1% or up 2%, really makes no difference. $50 right here after hours on AEHR. Senior U.S. official to Al Jazeera: we hope that Trump will not be forced to carry out his threats tonight and that Iran will take steps that allow for de-escalation. Okay, so you got everyone hoping that the Iranians and the Americans come to an agreement to have some level of a ceasefire, to even have a chance to negotiate in any meaningful way. And, you know, I don't know if the market rips on the Trump tweet that we've signed a ceasefire. I mean, it probably does, but, you know, given the market's been so flat over the past couple of days through this volatility, maybe the market's already priced that in, and that's why you're not seeing this explosive downside catalyst, because the market kind of knew there would be some deal, and, you know, maybe we are starting to see that deal. Super Microcomputer confirms independent investigation into March 2026 indictment of 3 associated individuals, initiates internal review of global trade compliance program. SMCI confirming they will get ready to go through investigations. 2267, that was up 2.81%. I believe this one so far has bottomed at 1901. Yeah, 1901, the day after the NVIDIA chip investigation was announced. It hasn't retested that low. So 1901, if you got that, so far you haven't seen below that. 2267 is what you see on SMCI. There was another headline by Reuters. That is correct. Apple's foldable iPhone remains on track for a September debut. Again, I'm not a fan of the foldable phone. All I care about for Apple is actually making Siri more reasonable. But it is interesting that the market got so upset about that foldable phone news that they took them down 2%. At one point, it was down 5%. And Apple doesn't fall 5% that easily. Recovered about 50% of that, as it was now only down 2% on the day. What a crazy day, dude. What a crazy freaking day. Does Levi's have earnings? They have earnings today. Levi's, that's up 4% after hours. Levi's does indeed have earnings. That is correct. Let me pull up those earnings from Levi's. That is the jean brand. For those that don't know, Levi's, I don't have their numbers. It looks like their numbers are relatively decent. It does give you a little bit of a hint to the consumer. Net revenue, it looks like they beat 1.75 versus 1.68 on Levi's. Do I actually have some coverage right here? Let's see. Yeah, we got some coverage right here. Let's look at Levi's. Looks like they beat on revenue, and I think they beat on EPS. That's why this stock is making a move.
14%, but only about half of that was from units. The other half was related to price increases Levi implemented during the quarter. Now, given the strong Q1 beat, Levi also raised its full year guidance, which was a beat on the top line, but a bit light on the bottom. I spoke with CEO Michelle Goss and CFO Harmeet Singh just before the release, and they said tariffs and higher costs are still weighing on EPS. However, it has not factored in the recent tariff rollback into its outlook, which still assumes a 20% rest of world tariff. If the new 10% tariff stays in effect, that could benefit earnings by $35 million or 7 cents per share. The company could also be refunded as much as $80 million. Now, as far as higher gas prices, Goss told me that the company has not seen any pullback on spending. She said they're well balanced across all consumer segments and, quote, feeling really good about the consumer. Mike?
All right. Yeah, market taking it as pretty up.
All right, they beat on the top and the bottom, raised guidance. In this market environment, if you can do that, Street's not too upset. Levi's right there up 6% after hours. This is an $8 billion company. They did $1.74 billion in revenue. Revenue's growing 14% year over year, which is not crazy for a DTC brand. 10% year over year growth in earnings. They beat by 13%, 42 cents versus 37 cents expected. I will be interested to listen to the call and see if the higher oil prices at all are mentioned, as this is one of the first consumer brands for Q1 earnings. We are back into earnings season, folks. Levi's today is Q1. And so next week, April 14th, we're going to see a lot more of those companies with the airlines and the banks. But Levi's right there up 7% in the after hours. If you are just joining, the major headline is that Pakistan has requested a 2-week ceasefire. And that 2-week ceasefire is what the markets have reacted to positively as a result of that 2-week ceasefire that President Trump has still not confirmed. There might be a bit of de-escalation tonight. I know everyone's waiting for 8 p.m., but I kind of have a feeling Trump's going to tweet before 8 p.m. and he's going to either accept the ceasefire or not. Now, his acceptance of the ceasefire is probably contingent as Bitcoin makes a move higher on the Iranians reopening the strait, which would be a sign of goodwill if they are really serious about actually getting a negotiation or a deal. Now, obviously, they've held their own for so long and they've had a lot of leverage. But if they also want to stop it, then I imagine they would say, yeah, for 2 weeks, we'll open it and we'll see what we can do. Now, if they don't care and if they're just like, dude, you guys are the ones who messed up. You guys are the ones that owe us everything. We didn't do anything wrong. You guys are the ones that killed our leader. We're keeping the strait closed. Then I wonder if that really pushes Trump to the edge and he does what he said he was going to do this morning. But I guess we will find out in the coming hours, maybe even closer than that. Trump just tweeted, but he tweeted about he's endorsing some representative for Indiana's 44th State House District and Indiana's 45th State House District. Okay, so he did just tweet, but he did not tweet about the war. Here's a little bit more coverage on that, and then we'll keep getting into some other headlines.
Last half hour or so from the Pakistani prime minister suggesting that everything essentially be put on pause for another 2 weeks as a diplomatic solution is worked out. There are 3 parts to this from the Pakistani prime minister. President Trump would extend his deadline from 8 p.m. tonight for another 2 weeks. Iran would reopen the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding 2 weeks, and there would be a ceasefire everywhere for another 2 weeks. Now, I reached out to the White House about this, and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told me that the president has been made aware of the proposal and that a response will come. Separately, we also heard that a senior Iranian official told Reuters that Tehran is positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire. Previously, we had heard that the Iranians were not interested in anything that was amounting to a temporary ceasefire. They were pushing only for a permanent solution, now possibly looking at this view positively. So, Mike, this is the most movement that we've seen in hours on this, as we are just about 4 hours now from the president's 8 p.m. deadline. Mike?
Yes, I guess, Iran giving that comment, they are positively reviewing this. I guess that's not necessarily an affirmation that they are they're game to reopen the strait for 2 weeks. And before all this, obviously, there was a lot of kind of brinksmanship, and there were also additional attacks, right? I mean, we did have some action from the U.S. side on Kharg Island and elsewhere.
That's right. Throughout the day today, overnight, last night, the rhetoric was increasing, but so were the actions. A White House official confirmed to me this morning that the U.S. military did target military targets on Kharg Island overnight. It's key, though, that they were military targets, that they weren't broader oil infrastructure targets, no sorts of civilian targets yet. That's what, of course, the president is threatening to do as of now, as of 8 p.m. tonight. He says he'll do that unless they agree to this deal. So for now, though, they are still targeting Kharg Island, but it wasn't for the first time in this war that they had done that. So it was some increase in actions, but for now, kind of keeping things temperate through the afternoon. And now in these final few hours, I think, Mike, it's very likely we get a lot more from this building and from overseas as both sides start to digest and really think about this proposal.
Senior Iranian official to Reuters: Iran is ready for both peace and war. This is incredible. Senior Iranian official to Reuters: Iran is ready for both peace and war. Dude, we are going to remember this moment in the equity markets 10 years from now, that we went through this shit every single day and that we had to cover this. S&P still up after hours. I mean, you would imagine the markets are going to like it if this is legit. Dude, it's just, there is so much back. And I mean, like in the morning, it's like we kind of thought something would develop, and then the way it developed immediately moved price. And then you have to look at, is it true? Is it not true? What are the sources? It is just every single day trying to see how this is playing out. We do have another headline here that's not the best. Security sources in Iraq say rockets are targeting a U.S. diplomatic facility near the Baghdad International Airport. I wonder if those are rockets from Iran. I wonder where those rockets are coming from. Security sources: rockets are targeting a U.S. diplomatic facility near the Baghdad International Airport. And we've had like 7 of those headlines this morning of some missiles going back and forth, which makes you think it's escalating. But then you get this Pakistani update in the last minute, literally 30 minutes before the market, less than 30 minutes before the market closes. And that entire downtrend we have today turned into, at least for the last 30 minutes, an uptrend, which resulted in a green close on a day where maybe a lot of people did not think we would end up going green. Can't we just have a dance off amid this entire proposal? Is like sports transfers deadline day. Yeah, every day there's a new player getting traded. I mean, this is just incredible. But this is what we got to do. We got to navigate it every single day. Let's get into Technical Tuesday. We are going to see what ends up playing out. We don't even know if Pakistan really has any real influence here to get a job done. Trump did confirm to Fox News, if you're just joining, that he has been made aware of the proposal. In my opinion, I think Trump would love to take this 2-week ceasefire if the Strait of Hormuz opens for 2 weeks. If the Iranians say, nope, we're not going to open it, I think Trump is more likely to attack tonight. And we will probably know pretty soon how this ends up playing out. All right, let's get into some technicals. I know it might be a little hard to pay attention or care about the technicals given the market is moving minute by minute based on these headlines. But if you are still curious in terms of how some of the technicals may be converging with the different headlines that we see, then we're going to spend the next couple hours going through what's happening on the TA side of this market. Once again, it is time to roll the intro. What's up?
We made it. Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
That's from a
My
classic
God.
movie, by the way. That quote, I don't know if you know the movie, but it's from a classic movie. What's
Fair.
the movie? Just so I know that you know the movie.
I think it's Batman. Isn't it? Isn't it a Batman movie?
I think it's Spider-Man, actually.
Spider-Man.
I'm pretty sure it's.
No, we
It's,
don't know.
It's oh, sorry.
Gladiator.
It's
Gladiator.
obviously Gladiator. I mean, just
I totally Gladiator. I was thinking of the Joker quote. Anyways, all good.
At least I'm not the only one who forgot. Gemini's great, guys. Gemini is so good. It's like,
Is that how you got it? Really quick. Gladiator.
that's how I got it.
Driving Miss Daisy immediately.
All right, man. Let's get right into it.
It has to be Batman, right?
What'd you say?
It had to be Batman though, right?
It had to be better,
Dude.
of course.
I haven't talked to you in forever. It's a crazy, week. Did you realize that we're actually in the same exact spot today than we were last Tuesday?
I did notice that we are at almost the exact same spot. I think let's get right into that. So let's start off with SPY, but what I want you to do is just give people a little bit of an overview of what you discussed last week, because we did have a thesis that almost came true until Trump spoke on Wednesday night, and then kind of how you think it's.
Do you mean the charts?
Yeah, but that 48 hours of glory thesis that was intact until Trump talked, and then it wasn't.
To be fair, yeah, until Trump decided that he wanted to run his own show, it was working. But
it was really working too.
Yeah, and also, to be fair, it's still working. It's still in play. But essentially what it was like, here, I know we had a gap over, I don't know if this is over the Monday to Tuesday. I don't remember what it was. But for me, this right here was our major support area. And so in terms of my system from, I use this NFP thing. In terms of my system, as long as we were holding 652, and I've been posting this pretty regularly. As long as we're holding 652, then we should go back to upper end support here, which is going to be roughly, and I'll take this, let me take these lines off for just a minute.
670 is what we're targeting.
Yeah, 670 to 678. And look, there was a point in between. I said between that, underneath 652 at 643. Actually, if you want to be if you want to get tripped out on technicals for just a minute, this right here was the level that I was saying if we lost 652, we would go to, and we gapped down in the pre-market. I was off, and I'm not used to being off.
643. I remember you said that number. Yeah.
I'm not used to it. So it was if this, then that, if this, then that. I'm not used to being off by that much. This is like a full dollar. But immediately in the morning, like it's from a SPY perspective in this one, these specific levels are like super accurate. I'm off by more than that a lot of times for other things, but not usually this. But this one, I mean, we basically got there. Support has held. And here we are. I think again, it's safe to say 652 and 652.21. And you can see that, and I'm making this a little bit wider. 652.21 is literally these couple wicks right in here. And this is that system that we use, that I use for NFP. We also got, anyways. And so what the story was that as long as we can hold this, we can get through up into this area, and moving through this area typically could have, should have, would have been about a 24 to 48 hour window to actually fill this kind of range. I'd still say that. And if you're wondering if TA is going to matter with all the headlines going on, I will continue to say that that's probably where we stop in the very near term if everything goes well tonight. If it doesn't, I think we still range, and we can chop in this exact range. But all these levels right in here, my biggest what would suck is if we get stuck here for a while, at least from
let me ask you this. We got to 658 last week. We fell down to 643 after the Trump White House address. But by the end of the day after the address, Thursday, we ended up recovering. What does that price action tell you about how the market played out?
It's not even just that price. So I'm an options trader, number one. So I think to answer your question directly, my sentiment was and it remains that as long as we're over 643, as long as we're opening above 643, we're not going down. Like, that's it. And I know there's a gap down here, but there would have to be some kind of crazy, something that we're not seeing right now. So that's all I can tell you. I would have needed to see us open below 643 in order to say, okay, well, we actually have more downside to go. And as long as we're over 652, cool, we can make this trek up into the 670s or 669 spot 77 first, as high as 675. I mean, and that's, it's just a price action thing. You know, what I'll say is we had a 3-day weekend. I don't know how much due diligence or researching you did in the free time that we had for like what could possibly happen. Sorry, I'm like super sick today. What I'll say is like, dude, you asked me a question once when you were here for GTC the other day, and you're like, what was the question? Ask me again.
I asked you a lot of questions, so I'm not sure.
No, it's the one about Peter Lynch. If you spend 13 minutes on macro, you have wasted 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think the question was like, do you believe in that, basically?
Whether or not I believe in that. And I was like, well, you asked me and Stock Talk, and we're both kind of like, it depends. This is the situation where I would say that applies, right? It literally in this situation, if you spend more than 13 minutes trying to figure out what oil is going to do to the economy here and now, you might have wasted 10 minutes.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
And so I think in this situation, it's macro, because you can go down a rabbit hole. You can go into the closest thing in history, probably 1970s. But honestly, there's no shot that we're going to have gas like lines around the blocks. We produce more oil. There's nothing that's going to be exactly comparable. You can go into 2022 and say Russia, Ukraine. But the other fact of that matter is like in 2022, we were kind of coming off 0% rates. Like the Fed could hike and it was fine. We're not in the same situation like in any of these. So
to stop you real quick, we got a quote from Trump to NBC. He says, quote, "It's totally illegal for Iran to have young people surround power plants as human shields," adding, quote, "They're not allowed to do that." And Trump also said, when asked about his a whole civilization will die tonight comment, quote, "You'll have to figure out what I mean by that."
It's so wild that we go from that's essentially the storyline this morning to so my point is this is the part of the market where it's so important just to like focus on your companies, the ones that you know and that you want to own. And if they get too cheap, then they get too cheap, and it's probably a good opportunity. Some of those opportunities are here now, some are not, and the market's still kind of in flux. I'd say if this war does end immediately, it's for sure we're going to bounce, but we're not going to be out of the weeds because we had cracks in the other broad indices before all of this happens. It was mostly like the revisions to an NFP. We have GDP coming. We have PCI coming this week. We have FOMC minutes. This is like a distraction in the very near term from what's actually important to me.
So the takeaway for a SPY is if we keep 643, we're at least okay. If we break out above 670, we're in a much better.
As long as we're opening above 643 and closing, as long as we have full days that are trading over 640, we're just done going down right now. Yeah, that's it. Can we open there and like chop in that area? We can, but if we see like much lower than that, then we have much more to go.
And your reaction to the market basically being stuck between 645 and 655 is what? Like technically, is there a reason for that?
Oh, dude. Well, I mean, technically, so I can say non-technically. Yeah. So technically, we have a 200-day SMA about 660 right now, and the 20-day at 658. So technically speaking, oops, I'll just go to a daily really quick. We're hitting this overhead resistance right here. Is that white line? Can you see it?
Yeah.
That's the 20-day simple moving average. And then the 200 days is red. So technically this is like the overhead resistance, first level overhead resistance that we're running into, as well as any potential sellers from over here. So if we can get through that, we can squeeze anybody that was selling into this here. We'll be like, okay, well, I can buy back close to break even or with a small loss if they were short. and then we can ride it back to the upside. So technically, we're running into that. It is that first level of resistance, but we just came off a larger level of support right in here.
Right.
And if we do break down, like, say what you will, but this is the first area is in that 580s type range if we break down. But it's so hard right now because look, what our drawdown was, what, like 6% from the highs, something like that.
Yes.
I'm pretty positive for all midterm election years that might be a record drawdown. Like, if this is the bottom, that is the smallest drawdown, I'm pretty sure.
That is a great point. The average drawdown is closer to 15%, the average drawdown midterm years. You're right.
If we have a drawdown. And if we don't, the other thing is that the out year, meaning like the next year, is very moderate. It's like maybe 10% upside. So like, if you're actually long-term, not to say anything about war, like this is kind of my point. Like, I've been happy to see lower prices if I get them, because that's a setup that will create some like serious wealth moving forward. But until then, we'll have to see. I think it's really going to come into, the only thing that matters about the war to me right now is how long it goes on. Doesn't matter how high oil gets. It just matters how long it goes on. And I don't even think it's necessarily oil specifically. There's probably a lot of other stuff, but general supply chain issues that we'll have to deal with even when all of this is said and done. So, I mean, from a stock perspective, that's more what's important to me. So for now, look, 652 is the line in the sand. As long as we're over that, we're good to go. We can chop a little bit more. And we did get that another NFP read on Friday, Good Friday, even though we were closed, and that's 659 on the high end, 659 spot 72. I can do this on ES also. And we are literally in the middle of that range right here on S&P futures, which is the closest thing I have, but we can do it on SPY too. It's fine. So next stop here, 660. If we're clearing that, then we should see that 670 moving forward up to 675, potentially 8. But that is where we'll hit overhead supply and overhead resistance for sure. And where I would say, okay, well, time to be more cautious than optimistic from a trading perspective.
Right. Okay, so let's get the timer up. We'll do 5 minutes, guys. We're going to do probably 10 to 15 of the main tickers, and then we will get into the rapid fire with the audience requests. I think let's start off with this one that we don't usually start off with. I am very curious what you're thinking about this ticker. What's going on with Tesla?
Shh. I'm scared to. I mean, so we had 356. That was my level, and I'm like, if we lose 356, that was from this measured low to up here, and this, I know this is a daily chart. This is a daily chart if you didn't know. So we have broken downtrend from this 2025 low, April, basically this move right here. This is what's called, in technical terms, a golden zone right here. And this is what's called a golden pocket. So to me, so I had already sold these $400 calls. We already know, if you don't know, 415 is really the magic level on Tesla. 415 is the magic level on Tesla if you want to think it's really going much higher. Otherwise, it could be in a much larger range. And unfortunately, the range is pretty heavy. So what we're doing right now is we're retesting this area right here. I did not have Tesla on my cards for like one of the tickers that could be a generational buy for 2026. Quite frankly, I just thought like it could be at risk. And so we just retested that support area. This is one day that we're below this 356. I think JP Morgan came out with a downgrade, which is like the ultimate Tesla bear. If you want to, the reality is if you want to value this like a normal stock, I think it's like $50 like floor valuation. But that's not what we're doing. it's in the support area. Is this a good place? It's an okay place for sure. For me, my hedges, because I'm long equity, I'm long hedged equity, if you will. I had to slap some extra hedges on just from a trading perspective. I could trade around it.
What puts?
Yeah, it was just immediately when I saw this cracking, just enough to buy me some time to think about what I'm actually going to do. So what I'm going to look for moving forward, this 356.04 is kind of like my line. If we start to go green, look, we have earnings coming very soon at the end of the month. So I'm not sure I want to do much else. The real protection that I would need is not this 350 area. Quite frankly, the real protection, you won't see it unless you show up on a weekly scale. And I will take this down here and I'll do this, take all this away for just a minute. So this is a weekly chart of Tesla. If I turn on a volume profile, the issue becomes, okay, if I take the 415 to here, this zone, the real support's at like 260s. That's the unfortunate truth. So this is the low end of that. I'm about to get a squeeze to the downside, but because of earnings, you don't really know. I think this is a quick knee-jerk drop to the downside. It could easily be one of those things that just bounces right back up. The most important thing is that it reclaims 356. Right here, right now, it's kind of like a knee-jerk knife down. It did fill some what we call gaps and inefficiencies in the market from this area right here. So I'm not too worried about that. This exact moment is what I was prepared for. I just wasn't prepared for a lot more than this. So it could be a good spot. And if you like these things, I think you're probably okay. But like you just with a plan, don't buy Tesla if you're not ready to watch it get cut in half again, by the way, and still be okay buying more. Like 258s underneath 300 down to 260. That's your real support. So I'm going to end it there. That is in fact your legitimate support. Since like this entire consolidation range, and I have some confluence. Yeah, that's going to line up.
What is the it's Tesla at the end of the day. What is the level where people just need to shut up and buy that you're thinking?
265.
Now, do you think that's realistic based on the drawdown we've already seen?
Yeah, I do.
Really? You think 260?
Yeah. Why? It's just a sentiment move. Tesla's it's a very sentiment driven stock. I mean, how many percent are we down right now? Like it really honestly wouldn't take that much longer. We're already down 13% in a few days. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna straight shot down. No, I think that we bounce. And then if we can't, like I said, if we can't get back over 356, then if we drop below the threes, 320, it's 325, whatever it was.
325 if we lose this 340 range, you're saying?
Yeah, it's 356.54. Very important to get through. This whole range can get stuck like this in here. And then eventually that would be ideal. But if it's not like that, if it's like this, that's what that's going to look like. So this is the range, 356 down to 313. So I guess as close to or below 300 as it goes. But that would be the level where I'd be like, I gotta buy. The problem I have right now is like, what if Hood's at 45 when that happens? Like, which one am I gonna buy? Or it could happen to be like a lot of those things at once. So I don't think that you're ever gonna snipe the low. If this is the one for you, it's not cheap. It's never gonna be cheap. But you buy when sentiment's pretty low. I think after that delivery number, sentiment's pretty low. And I don't know that maybe earnings changes the story. I have no idea what he could say for that. But, in this environment, if you're worried about things, and I'll move on here because we're over time, there's a strategy called a buy right, where you buy the shares and you sell it, instantly sell a covered call at the same time. Not a bad idea right now. Calls in general across the market are, you would think that puts are more expensive. No, no, no. Calls like all week have been double the price of puts, even after this
because
flop.
because everyone's kind of betting on the V shape, right?
Dude, I just don't. I think everybody's at this moment. I actually think they're doing straddles or strangles, like both call and put. But
and you're right about that, because if you look at the put to call ratios, it's almost 1 on the biggest.
Yeah, because it's very much like you feel like, okay, we all kind of know, we don't know, but you assume, well, so today we're 4.8 million calls to 6.6 million puts.
Wow.
Yeah, so more puts today, but I think it's a weird dynamic as we're flushing to the downside. So I haven't started the timer, and I'll go back to SPY here for a second. When I first saw this, it was literally at the lows in this moment. You would think that as we're like breaking down actively, that puts got more expensive. This is the sketchiest thing I've seen in a long time. Quite frankly, it freaked me out. It sketched me out to know, it really sketched me out. What I saw was like people that were already short actively running for the doors, so much so that they're making the puts cheap because they're just like sell, I'll take whatever you want to give me. And I still saw more volume on the puts, but I think they were selling. And the call side, they were just getting bid up. So like if you go to, and I posted something, I think it's still here today, if I did this. Yeah, if you go to like January 2028 SPY at the money options, we're 660, right? A 660 put, $5,800. A 660 call, $9,200.
Wow.
Leaps are like, the calls are double the price of the puts. And my biggest concern before is like, yes, I don't think that we can flush when everybody's hedged, so to speak. But this has me feeling like either they're running for the doors on the short side, which means that that's leaving the window open, or they're flooding in on the call side, or a little bit of both. And it's like, this bounce, I have this on the technicals. I'm pretty positive that's going to play out. But like I said, when we get there, that's how they get you. Like literally, this is how they get you. And I'm like, I have not been that sketched out for a while, quite frankly.
I didn't know the call premiums were almost double. That is very, because look, I've been getting some really good. All of us have been getting really good call premiums by selling. And even every week, I'm amazed. I'm like, how are people still paying this much for?
This is the thing. So I think that we figured this out. 2026 is the year of the covered leap. I think that's the play all year long. But
feels like
anyways.
Okay, Meta. What do we think about this one? By the way, guys, Oscar's up because the CEO bought 12 million worth of stock. First insider purchase this year. That's why it's up 5% after hours.
Nice. So we can bounce. We have a lot of inefficiencies across the market, including in SPY. I mean, we've done this before though, so they don't have to fill. 595 down to 585. 585 was that pivot. This is our chart from the Wayback Machine. Like, and it has not changed at all. So court rulings, whatever aside, this was our support area around the first line of support around the 520s here. This is one to me where like, if Meta absolutely gets decimated, I'm buying this, but it's not decimated just yet. This is a very ugly chart right now. I think it needs to get back over 600 in strength. It broke down at 585, and all that we're seeing right now is we're seeing it try to recapture that same area. And when I saw this happen, I was like, either this is the most ridiculous sell-off in history, right? Like 585 down to 520. And I'm, maybe you can help me figure it out. Either this is the most ridiculous sell-off in history on that court ruling, or this is the most ridiculous recovery in history. One of the two is true. I'm still really not sure which one it is. it is not over.
I think the recovery makes more sense than the sell-off, because the sell-off felt a bit aggressive.
It was aggressive.
For a
But
court case.
we talked about Meta. Meta's always had that high beta potential. When she goes, she goes. So like it's just what happens. And if you're selling options on Meta, I think you just let it be, and you gotta be happy with what you get assigned with at the price. And honestly, if you were assigned, puts in the 550-ish area, you're probably down bad for a little while, but feeling a lot better now, maybe regardless. And you would instantly start selling upside calls. But yeah, 595 spot 86 is the level. That's actually going to line up with about your 20-day SMA right now. That's this white line here. That is overhead resistance. So in technical analysis, what is true is that we assume that this is, which was what was support, which between 595 and 585 was definitively support before. We absolutely have a confirmation of a breakdown, technically speaking. So in order to get a confirmation of a recovery, we're going to need at least 2 to 3 daily closes above 595, or a breakout in force over like 630s, one of the two. Otherwise, any of this can be kind of choppy.
Okay. We also have Iranian news agencies saying a petrochemical plant was struck. Now, this is similar to what they said yesterday. So either there's multiple petrochemical plants that were struck, or it's the same one from yesterday. But nonetheless, obviously, drones are still flying back and forth. Iranian media also just reported we are hearing massive explosions in western Tehran, so there might be new explosions happening. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes targeted Iran's Arak aluminum plant, that's new, and a petrochemical complex in the region.
It's going to be a wild night, man.
I wonder if we get a tweet before 8 p.m. by Trump agreeing to the ceasefire, or if it's bombs.
Dude, I mean, we probably get nothing, unfortunately. Like we probably sit here
saying 8 p.m. So I feel like at 9 o'clock is gonna. I mean, I feel like we're gonna know something by then.
He's not gonna tell you nothing. Why would he say anything? I feel like doesn't Trump want to do, like, he likes to give the good news during the market open. There's no good news, then he just waits for the bad news to drop at the close.
That's also true. That's fair.
Is it true? I don't know. I heard it today. I don't know if it's real.
I mean, if we don't hear anything tonight, I think bombs are being sent. If we do get a tweet, maybe there's this potential for a ceasefire.
Yeah. So for Meta, just to close this off, this today actually towards the close, and this is where the tweets matter, but don't. Like, it always matters. The tweets always matter, but the chart will tell you live in real time. So Meta was on its way to breaking down and starting to fill some of these gaps today. I actually had a little short on Meta here just to fill some of these. Super cheap. It's all super risky right now. In general, if you're trading the market right now, you got to know it's crazy risky. Half of it's like gonna be, this can happen, your tweet can happen. But if you don't see something extending, then instantly cool. Like it's not cool, but like your trade is kind of done. So as tomorrow, if we're over 575, closer to 580, what's happening here on Meta is that it is to me going to try to retest this. And I think that best case scenario, it actually does spend some time creating a new base of support in here. And so this area down here may end up acting as support. Again, Meta can get a lot more discounted. I've seen it happen for no reason before. And I would love to buy this one if I see it down there, but this is not horrible. But again, we'll have to see. I don't hate it, but I don't absolutely love it.
Someone says, when would you stop selling covered calls? And I think this answer is, I agree, when the war ends, right?
No. So to me, the issue is not the war. So like I said in the beginning, like to me, the issue is the NFP revisions. The issue is that we're coming off of 4.4% GDP coming out of 2025. Every single GDP revision has been revised lower this entire year. Q1 GDP final is going to be this week on Friday or Monday, one of the two. And then April 29th is going to be Q1 Q1 first look GDP, or is it Q2? Q2 first look GDP. And Powell's gone. So I think the monetary situation is, it's not just the war. Like, just the war, we're going to pump, but I would still keep my covered calls into that. Or like you could,
you're more cautious for the rest of the year based on all the other stuff.
Yeah. If we're talking investing, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Trading, no, you can rip this back to near all-time highs. But like I said, 575 or 675, 680s. I think you get cautious, and if you don't have a covered calls, those are probably going to be a good time to put those on. Because best case scenario, this ends up being more like 2014 maybe, and we have like a pop but drop, and it gets pretty sloppy throughout the year, but we end up green.
Turkey's foreign minister holds a call with the Pakistani counterpart on diplomatic efforts to end the war. It's just we all have to become geopolitical experts to make sense of any of this.
Yeah.
Robinhood.
I bought a little bit. I didn't tell anybody. This is actually the first time. I'm getting tired. I have a ton of cash, and I'm like, I want to deploy, and I just got impatient, dude. I did not buy back any cover calls. I'm actually still completely hedged, but I was like, I'll nibble, because 60s to me, I don't know. I have no idea if it's a good buy or not. It's just a DCA. And I didn't say anything to my group because it was like, so like not that important.
No, that's fair. This is a name you want to hold long. You never know if it's a good buy.
Yeah, no, I never know. Like I know that it's what I know about Robinhood right here, right now, is that it's not going down with the same velocity as the rest of the market anymore. And I know that that fintech bottoms first, SOFI included, typically, and they get hit harder, faster, more violently. This is all true. We've stated this before. It's already happened. And well, it doesn't look great. I'll give you that. And I think that there still could be more to come. I just don't know, right? And so from a investment perspective, I thought about doing the same thing on Tesla today. I'm telling you that I see like 250, 260 downside, but at the same time, I could take some profit on some of these hedges and then maybe DCA into a little bit of these holdings again, which was really the plan. And you know, yeah, if they go much lower, I'll plan to DCA much deeper. So, but this is not as deep as I hate to say hoping for. Does that make me sound bad? I was hoping for lower. Like,
well, you're an actual bull, so I feel like you would be really happy if you get a 40 or 50.
I would be so happy, dude. But I might not get it. And if I do, it won't. I don't think, especially this war thing happens to close off. I think I'd be waiting for a really long time. I think, you know, if the market decides to rebound here, Hood's bounce could get back up to nearly $100, potentially even higher, before I have to be really cautious. And at that point, if it is really doing that over 85, I'll probably buy back those covered leaps. But that's like, it would take at least a month for me to really make that decision. In the meantime, the plan was always to sell those leaps in order to raise cash so that I could buy the dip. Like, that was the stated plan from the gate. And this is just me executing on that plan, just
right.
A little bit at a time.
NVIDIA.
This is one that, like, selfishly, I would be like, dude, if the revisions come in, like the other thing is, like, dude, there's no shot that any CEO says, because the thing about earnings right now too, the concern would be that, oh, the CEOs warn that maybe we're not going to be doing as much revenue because of oil, and like that maybe questions the whole data center CapEx spend. there's no shot that anybody actually says that to me. Like, there's no way. They'd all say, "What's too early to tell."
Right.
There's no way anybody's actually going to say that. So
also the Anthropic numbers yesterday, we're going to need a lot more compute.
Yeah, but so there's no shot that nobody says that. Whether or not it's true, that's what's TBD. It's very, very squeezy right now. Last week I said about 3 or 180s would be that upside resistance. It still would be. Another one where selfishly I would love to see it lower, but 165 was the immediate level that we had, and it held, and then it held the second higher tier. So right now we're just going back into the chop zone. So it's 170s, and then it's 161. Today, had we not gotten what we were going to get, if we had lost this 175, I would have been telling you. So I'll still tell you, if we lose 175, we're going to go back down and we're going to see 170. We'd like to see 170 hold, but if we're not going back down below 175, it's like $5 at a time. So 175, 180, 165. That's how NVIDIA has been kind of tracking. You just don't want it to lose any of those levels as it goes. So it might take a bit to get through 180, but as long as it's over 175, it's on that trajectory.
Yeah, and to your point, I don't think any of the hyperscalers are going to take down their capex projections because of oil.
No shot.
No shot. And then when you see the Anthropic numbers, it's like, okay, they're definitely disincentivized. I mean, Google, if they're going to be supplying these TPUs for Anthropic, they need to spend on capex, right? So a lot of that stuff inevitably goes back to NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, which is
why it's such a waste of time for me to like try and like think about what this impact could be, because we've never had such a, I say K-shaped economy. You might hear like bifurcated economy. We've never been in a situation before where we have a generational data center build out that's not in question, really. And like the second that it gets questioned, if the market decides, and here's the way I'm thinking about it, if the market decides to actually question whether or not this generational data center build out is real, these stocks, specifically NVIDIA, are going to get decimated, like shellacked, right? Because all of a sudden there's a new like Google processor, a new Amazon processor, a new Broadcom, new MRVL processor. That's the storyline that would have to take that would have to be in order to take NVIDIA down. I don't really see any other storyline out there that could potentially take NVIDIA down. And if that storyline does manifest, I'm buying the shit out of NVIDIA, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, so selfishly, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it can be. In the meantime, yeah, like they're gonna be, they'll take it down, they'll be wrong, it'll be a generational buy opportunity. But for right now, it's not, you know, it's steady as she goes.
CNN, a regional source tells them that a deal between the U.S. and Iran is expected to be closed tonight. The regional source said some good news is expected from both sides soon, and that discussions were steered directly by Pakistan. Okay, maybe we see something tonight. SOFI.
So like, I mean, if I'm buying hoodie, I think you could do SOFI in small size. We had 14, it got to 15. And expect maybe it comes down a little bit lower.
I don't think there's anything wrong with SOFI. It's just the bank narrative is screwing them.
Which is an issue, right?
Next quarter, well, it's a perceptual issue unless it becomes a real issue, which I don't think it's going to become that real of an issue.
So this is the moment where like this is not macro, but like you want to, like, am I getting my Tesla alert? You want to know the company, right? And I'm not a SOFI expert. I don't follow SOFI like Tanner or some of the rest of the crew here. So I can't really say. Technically, I'll say that if it's over 18, you're going to see 20 in short order after that from a technical perspective. But between now and 7, it's $16. Like, does that really matter? I don't know. This is your trading range. That's up to $20.67. I would expect that to get kind of pulled back a little bit, just like that. And maybe it comes in And if this is kind of like best case scenario to me, like you get the little sideways action. In this scenario, I would be selling like some $15 puts, maybe put leaps, but also selling some like $25 leaps at the same time. And I think that you can assume that this takes a little while to actually decide which direction it's going to go. If it goes that way, it's going to be to 26.5, and you're going to retest this overhead supply, essentially. Sorry, my squiggles. But yeah, downside from here now, immediate downside is 14. We got close. Over precision isn't like the greatest thing either. So like you're close. Probably close enough. You're muted.
Sorry, I was saying I agree. I mean, I feel like if any stock is close to like, all right, it's done. I mean, unless they take this thing to $10, like
when I say done though, like I just want to be super clear, like done for right this moment,
right?
Like
right.
as in like if things are going to get bad in the market, like it won't be till May. So what I will say is this: I have no real personal fear that April is going to be a washout. I just don't think it's possible. Like the next 2 weeks, remember a couple of weeks ago, I just don't think that even if there were something going off in Iran right now, even if that was going down, maybe we get a flush, but I would immediately go long because we have earnings season coming. We have all kinds of stuff to look forward to. The market's not going to forget about that. And so like that's kind of where I am right now. And we're not seeing that. At the same time, if we open up at 675 on a ceasefire, I'm probably going to be insta short. So like traders gonna trade, man. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. Can we do this one real quick? People are saying Zoom as an Anthropic proxy, but I don't know if TA is relevant on Zoom if it's literally just an Anthropic proxy.
Oh, dude. No. Zoom has been doing this thing for a while. It's in a massive trading range.
No, but no one's buying Zoom for any reason other than the Anthropic proxy.
And
like you can tell me a single reason. So they invested 50 million, which is worth about 6 billion now in Anthropic.
Oh yeah, I don't know. No, like because the Zoom's underlying business is kind of challenged. Like everybody has their AI note taker. That was like Zoom's thing. Well, oh, hang on, I hear the boy.
Chris is right. It's kind of a hedge against World War III. That's fair.
Yeah, it's not going down. There's nothing good priced into it. I don't think that you have to worry that much about it. Like, what is this going to go to $50? Like, no, I mean, you have a massive like rounding base here. If you want to take a flyer, you can at like IPO support. There are a lot of companies like these. It's just a matter of what we talked about last week, which was relative strength. It's not relatively strong right now. So you might be sitting here for a while, which I think is kind of Chris's speed sometimes. And he likes that you could sleep easy with this kind of stuff if you do a leap spread.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things I like this right now that I'm like, I'm in the same boat. Like I like Chris a lot. Like his picks, I like them a lot. Knowing technically when they're ready, it's not ready. It's fine. It's just not relatively strong. Unfortunately, did we do crowd in Palo Alto? Oh, these things already started going. Yeah, crowd was good.
Do you know why they're going or no?
No, I had this
very simple reason.
AI.
Well, Anthropic came out today and basically said we're gonna need a lot of cybersecurity.
Yeah, I mean, this was the dumbest thing, and I didn't like. I think you get a pullback here. You probably start buying Palo Alto first and foremost, but these security names, so they're significantly off their highs. They're also a decent chunk off their lows, but they definitely stopped going down. So on pullbacks, I think these become viable in the near term. I feel like all of us, I say us as in like our small circle, we're like security being down the way that they're trying to dump it was kind of dumb. At 143, yeah, it's a decent chunk off the lows, but look at this Palo Alto. Like you still have a lot of room. You're just hitting this first level of resistance. Maybe she pulls back, but this is probably not I like that off the 200 week. Microsoft is a good chunk of security too, which this is probably my biggest buy of all the.
All right, let's do Microsoft properly. We can put the timer on for this one. Let's do this. I'm just gonna get some water real quick, but
yeah, I mean Microsoft. I'd bend my sub 415. Really, I know that you're gonna wick down below, or say wick, but there's probably some legit issues here. But I think we've talked about like ad nauseum right now. Like it is down to 330 on this from 2022 lows. I think valuation wise, I'm pretty sure it's cheaper than it was over here, but I'll stay in my box right now. Technically speaking, if we can get over 385, we're done going down to me. And between here and there on the kind of drawdowns as close to 330 as I can get, I'm a buyer. Not from a trading perspective. It's not ready to rip to the upside. It's ready to accumulate from a like stock, like buy stock. From a trading perspective, it will be ready if it's over 385 to take like immediate action that it'll probably start ripping pretty hard to the upside, at least to 415. And then if it gets back over 415, then we're going to see 470, give or take, in probably pretty short order. Let me just check Amit's favorite indicator. Well, he's still gone. I don't really have it. Yeah, so like he's gonna ask me about super oversold weekly. I think you're good for a bounce, but it's not out of the downtrend. I need to see this over 65 on a daily RSI. Then it's gonna do this, and we're gonna go.
The RSI is not my favorite indicator.
Oh.
Okay. It's just one of the
It's the one that you always have on your chart.
That's true. It is one of the. Well, it's the first one I learned 4 years ago. So.
Well, no, but I'm trying to teach it to you the proper way.
Yeah.
So it's if it's over 65, it's in an uptrend. In the meantime, it's still in a downtrend as long as RSI is below 50.
If you had, what is your gut say on
daily?
earnings? You think this thing pops back to 420 on earnings, or because it's just so oversold? Or
that's possible. What's the weekly oversold here? So the weekly oversold's 25. It hit. That's RSI. Last time. Goodness. The last time was never.
Oh, wow. You're right. We've never, at least on the chart you're showing right there.
On a weekly. It was never this low before on a weekly RSI perspective. Ever. So this is the one I bought the most of. Can it go lower? This does not mean anything. Like, I'll just be super clear with you. It just means you're in a really bad downtrend is what it means. It's not going to go up until our daily RSI is over 65. It can stay oversold forever. You get a counter trend bounce, and that's literally what we got from 350 to 373. I think what's important now is if it can actually get back over 385. It's not there yet. It can come back in and see 330s, sub 350s. I'll buy it again with a giant smile on my face. That's where I'm at. And if it cracks below, I mean, I guess I'll have to do it deeper. But if it does lose 330, I just can't touch it for a while until like to 250s. But that's why this is my kind of line in the sand. This area is my support, my major support right in here between 345 and 330. If it loses that support, it's a long ways to drop, and I'm just going to let it drop, and it is what it is. But I'm not buying this. It's on a trading level here.
Iranian source tells Qatar's Al Jadid that Iran is leaning towards accepting a 2-week ceasefire, quote, out of respect for the Pakistani mediator and in order to give diplomacy an additional chance. Well,
see those bridges?
That's wild. I do. I did. Maybe, guys, maybe we see some type of deal today. AMD.
Semis are strong, man. AMD is stronger than NVIDIA. It's still 227. I think last time we looked at this, I was like, dude, honestly, AMD should have cracked. That 190 held like really well. I mean, some of these, NVIDIA is becoming like one of the, I just feel like people are looking for the next NVIDIA, and it's like they're distracted, which, makes sense. This is ready to roll once it's over 228. And then you're going to start getting some really nasty moves. And the chart is up to the threes, but whether that's purely momentum. So until then, 227 is resistance. It's banging its head up against resistance. Right now, 190s is acting as support. 190s is not the greatest support area, but that is where they have been stepping in lately, around the 200-day SMA. And the longer that this holds up here, the more likely that this will start to actually build into a squeeze. So even if this does this, what's going to happen is either you get this or this, we're going to call it like what this is. It's consolidation. Yeah.
So you think SMH is way better of a bet right now than something that's sold off like IGV?
No. So SMH as an index is different. I think there are some semis. You remember the broadening theory, like the market's broadening out?
Yeah.
So I think that we're broadening out within the indexes. So SMH as an index, inside the SMH, it's being broadened out. Money from NVIDIA is going into an Intel, into AMD, into a MRVL. Like money from Amazon probably going into MRVL. Like you're hearing that all the time.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're seeing. Sorry, I get this cough, which is not broad-based broadening. And NVIDIA can go down and all the other semis can go up. And that in itself would probably take the index down also. So to be more explicit, I think it's just broadening out within the SMH index.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I also think, when you see NVIDIA backstopping a lot of the entire system with MRVL and Light and Coherent and Nebius, it's hard to imagine they're not.
Look at this thing. Like, what are we doing? It's happening. Like, I was like, I'm still tired. Like, I've seen it before. I haven't seen it this high before. So that's good. But this is on MRVL, literally my first stop. So like literally right here. As long as if MRVL, which is very kind of like a manic ticker, quite frankly, I don't have another way to say it. It's pretty manic. You're going to have earnings coming. This is very hard ticker to trade. I'd be like, when it's down bad, that's the only time you buy it and you don't chase typically. But that's how it's worked out for me. I'll buy when it's down bad and that's it. But at 110, it's not down bad. And you're right up into that overhead, that first spot of overhead supply right over here. So it can get to 122s. But again, this is that spot where like over 98, that's a good retest. If it comes back and hits 98, and then if it can get through that all-time high, it's more into the 170s. That was the trajectory. If this entire thing becomes this consolidation range right here. But that's not for like years out.
So 5 minutes ago, I read something that concluded we might get a deal tonight. New update, senior Iranian official, this proposal floated by the Pakistanis for a temporary ceasefire is essentially the same as the previous one, which Iran has rejected. Iran has also already delivered its terms for negotiating an end to the war. Those are the terms that the United States probably is never going to accept. There's just no way to understand how this goes back and forth.
So I'm short a SPY Condor. That's pretty tight, like 675 short calls, 645 short puts. and I've only had it for a few days, but it's funny because I'm watching the deltas change, and it's like volatility is increasing. It's not coming down, even though we haven't moved anywhere. The volatility is going up, and it's like not doing the greatest for my contour. I'm like, hey, it'll come down, but it's funny that they're getting more expensive as we go.
Amazon.
Again, so the one Mag 7 that did not beat, again, so the part of the reason why I'm like, even if we have bad news tonight, it's like, I feel like we're going to get the dip, get bought, because we have earnings coming. So all of these things, we have earnings at the end of this month. So April 23rd, we're going to see some of these like pre-earnings rallies, like into earnings. A lot of these are down, or you're going to see people repositioning this moment for the next week and a half. Yeah, about a week and a half, not up till earnings. Like they cut it usually the week before the 23rd. So it's from now, well, between now and next Thursday, essentially. We can get a little ripper, probably up in the 225s, which 220 is going to be immediate resistance on Amazon. That's just from the earnings breakdown to the lows. If it can get over 215, we will see 220 like in very short order. It's going to be, this is the point in the market where we have the fake rallies across the board into earnings, and then boom, earnings hit, and you have to see what's real and what's not, and then it kind of shakes everything out. But between now and then, we'll get this to lift us up. It's after April that I get kind of more concerned as we go. How long is the war going? Jay Powell is going to leave. I've heard nothing from Warsh, like I've nothing from the incoming chair.
Yeah.
That's concerning to me. It's like, what's the plan, dude? Are you like, why is he not saying anything?
He's going to be in a tough spot too, because he's entering into a lot more inflation than he thought he was.
Yeah. So for those reasons, I think those are the things that I think are more important to focus on, because the war is either going to work out or it's not, and there's nothing that any of us can do. And it always works out at the end, no matter what. Like, it's just whether or not how long it goes on.
Right. Palantir.
Well, we said 140 would be the best case as a bull that holds. It did hold 137s right here, 136. You're at 148. Hey, dude, I talked to TJ the other day because I called him I called him because I saw this call put skew, and I was like, dude, have you seen this call skew like before? Like, this is like, because when I was freaking out, I was like, dude, I just want to know, because I'm not a premium seller by nature. I'm like, does this have you drooling like crazy right now? And he's like, and he walks me through this Palantir trade. Honestly, I think he's probably spot on. Like, he's probably printing on this Palantir one, just going sideways for a bit. Again, I hate to say it, like, so defense spending is not going away. I don't think that's in question for Palantir. It's just more about the commercial side, I believe now, if they can continue to grow that side. But from a technical perspective, as long as it's holding that 135, you're okay. 135 is not strong support. It's very mild, very minimal support right here. It is higher than 125. Best case scenario is that you have to crack that 170s, which is 165. And then if you can come back, then expect it to pull back. It could even pull back violently. And if it does, so here was 162. Our breakdown spot was about 157 is one of them. I think we have about 165 if you want to be in the like for sure camp, 168. I would, if you can get there, I would expect that to get hit, like expect to get rejected fairly hard and then hold. You want to see it hold again And then if you can make another higher low, I think you're good. So this is like a month out, maybe. Until then, you just don't like, even this could do that. So like, that's what you want to be concerned about. So this is still, I see this part. I see this happening. After that, it can either go here or there. But right now I see this. I can't give you a whole lot more than that, which is kind of like sideways.
I think the fact that it dropped below 140 for a little bit last Monday, but I mean, it's
135 instantly bought. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, instantly bought.
No. Okay.
Which
let's
is
do one more.
What is this? 148 where they were buying before over here. It's a spot. So like, that's why I'm saying for right now, I would tend to look at it more to the upside.
Let's do two more large caps and then we'll move on to the rapid fire and audience requests. Broadcom, new deal with Google. What do you think about this one?
I mean, this is the one I took a trade on. I don't, this is exactly where I thought it could get to. Like, I thought it could get to quickly 316 and then potentially stretch here. But other than that, it's weird how news always ends up working that way. So 340s is your overhead resistance. You just don't want to see this lose any momentum. At this point, this is a momentum bounce. Your momentum should stall around 340. And then you want to see, does it actually hold, like 340, 344. So you should get there and then expect this to get rejected again. If you can hold over 360, really, if you can hold over 320, I think that's as good as you can guess or hope for right now. Otherwise, this is a very, if it wasn't news driven, I would say this is sketchy setup. This is another one where it's actually like, if it had gone down a little bit more, like the momentum to the downside could have, this is a squeeze, basically is what I'm trying to say. This is an upside squeeze in motion. So we don't know if it's real yet. Because if it had gone down just slightly more, it's like this thing could have gotten ugly real fast.
This one fell below 300. Is that when you got excited for it, or kind of when it rebounded?
I was excited. It was just a trade. It was just a trade. Like I'm like, all right, we're done going down. Grab a couple things, and for some bounce plays, and I'm kind of just about done with the bounce. So I'm not really sure. At this point, I would just trail out. Like so I bought some options which are already gone, and I bought some equity, and I just trailing out on equity at the same time. Maybe I get lucky, but it was just this little, like literally just this. I think it was at 314. Is that Monday?
Yeah. And then after that, they got a deal, which kind of broke out $15 from there.
Oh no, Tuesday. I think this is Tuesday, so I probably bought it around here, and I closed options 316 like right away, and I just have the equity left. We'll see. I don't know. This is very squeezy. This is kind of a sketchy setup, so I'd want to see more. This is just momentum right now, driven by headlines, yes, but it's a squeeze momentum bounce right into significant resistance, which is exactly the moment that I would tend to be more cautious.
Last one, and then we'll get into the audience requests. Apple.
Oh, Apple.
As this one fell 5% today.
Did you buy it?
I did not, but I'm thinking of it more seriously. And I don't know if it's worth a shot here.
That might have been your opportunity, right? Or
I thought of it, but I don't know, dude.
I mean, unless you were actually gonna buy Apple for the flip phone.
I just can't, I don't like
So
the
dumb,
multiple.
dude.
I don't like the multiple.
What do you mean?
You like the multiple? You like paying this much?
I don't care, dude. You know why you're finally, the only reason I'm convinced, the only reason you're actually looking at Apple is because you put it in your stock draft and the thing is carrying you, and you're like, son of a.
That is a good, reasonable. No, the reason, honestly, I had an epiphany like a week ago where I was like, because I've been seeing Claude, but I'm like, okay, so the whole point of agents is they do shit for you. And I'm like, am I ever going to use a different app if Siri becomes the ultimate agent? No. So to me, I'm just like, if Siri does everything that I'm using, Claude or GPT or this open Claude revolution, if Siri can do all of it internally and it has all my data, my health data, my credit card data, then what? Like, why is that not the most obvious AI play in the market?
Yeah. So Apple is not. I mean, record quarter last quarter, they're not showing any weakness on their consumer side, unlike Microsoft. Microsoft is. I think they do have some like weakness in their earnings trends, but yeah, services revenue not nobody cares. It's just like, do you care about cars when we look at Tesla earnings? You care about services revenue, and that's just, it's just 100% consumer. So like if you were legitimately concerned about the consumer becoming very weak, then you would be more cautious on Apple. But if you're not, then you probably would not be more cautious on Apple for those, just literally that. And there is no, to your point, there's zero AI in this. I can't even imagine what the multiple would be if there was an AI component to Apple.
Yeah,
but good on them for like explicitly avoiding that. Again, earnings end of April. We shall see. It's in a bit of a holding pattern. 260 is the equivalent of AMD's 227. That was the prior all-time high from right here. That is your overhead resistance. When it gets a pop up into it, it's currently getting sold off into it. So I wouldn't be really excited here now. It's nearly in support. This is the strongest of the Mag 7 by far. So that said, the Mag 7 as a collective is incredibly weak, and they're weak relative to SPY. So until that changes, that's what I would be more cautious about. But if they, as a collective, do get stronger, Apple in that instance will likely be the leader if the Mag 7 does come back to life.
Okay.
Just from that perspective. Do we get new headlines?
We have a couple, then we'll get into the audience requests. Ambassador of Iran to Pakistan, as of now, a step forward from critical sensitive stage. In the next stage, respecting committee should be replaced by rhetorics and redundancy. Stay tuned. I don't know what the hell he just said, but that's one update. And then you have this one as well. Representative Larson has just filed articles of impeachment against Trump. Rep. Larson is of Connecticut. He's a Democrat. Articles of impeachment are, I mean, you're going to need Congress on your side to vote to actually impeach him, which Congress is not on the Democratic side right now. So not sure if it's going to go through, but there's your next headline. All right, so let's start off. We can put a minute 30 on the clock and get. Do we have
a Democrat trade? Like if the Dems win, do we have one of those trades that you have?
If the Democrats win in 2028?
No, for the midterms.
The midterms?
Yeah.
Do you have one?
My dad always had one. Let me see. I haven't looked at it. He liked plug power.
Oh, solar, all that shit.
Yeah. That would probably be Is that what's happening? What are they doing here?
I don't know if there's an obvious
This
trade.
is about the price where like oh no, this is split adjusted. I mean, this is the price where you buy it. And you just put it in a bag and totally forget about it.
Yeah, I do think Hood's gonna have some issues if the Democrats win because they might be getting rid of prediction markets real quick.
You think so?
I think there's a good dude. It doesn't seem like that administration. I mean, Trump loves it because Trump also has his own prediction markets on Truth Social and stuff. But
yeah,
I don't know. All right, let's start off with this real quick. Before that, again, Jason's Twitter. Please make sure to follow him on X. I'm putting his YouTube here as well if you want to get more TA every single day through his updates. Let's start off with Nebius.
So the neoclouds are actually not bad. I took a trade on a couple of them.
Which
so
ones?
The other, it's a bound trade. Don't think.
No, because people are emotional about these. So I want to Cypher, Wolf, Applied Digital.
IREN.
Oh, you're gonna make a lot of happy with that one. IREN.
Cypher probably okay. They opened up at my stop losses, but they didn't go beyond, so they're actually still okay. Nebius is doing what it does. Doing what Nebius does best. I mean, if you bought the 89 dip, it looks good. This is going to start to look better. It's again, it's just, I would say of all of them, this one would be what's real. But from a momentum perspective, I can show you the others. Do you want? What do you want on?
Well, let's just do a whole. Let's do Nebius, IREN, Applied Digital, CoreWeave. Let's just do all of them.
So resistance at 128 on Nebius. You have a little bit of a fair value area up there. It's not like full breakout zone unless it gets over 140. And if it does do that, I guess it's 175s, give or take. 160s probably initially. IREN support, right? So this is literally, I had $33 as my stop loss. And so I saw it coming out of support. This is that 33 to 30 area we'd outlined on the IREN chart for a while. This is the only reason I took this, because I was a little bit heavy on the downside, so I needed some upside. It opened up at my stop loss, which is 33 and change. It held it. It never breached it. So I'm like, okay, we'll see. This is one where, like, if it does go, I have it to 40s near term. That's your upside resistance. Again, just a trade. So trading guy here, $30 to $40. It's not a bad trade. Cypher, it's a possible squeeze. So both of these are possible squeezes, doing the same exact thing. So downside support coming out of it, 11, 12, up through. This is a very similar setup to what Broadcom and them are doing. So like all of these stocks just kind of went right below their 200-day simple moving averages, and now they start to close back up above. There is overhead resistance, but if they get through this, it's going to look like an immediate squeeze. Depending on how far a squeeze can go, like if they can, it will squeeze in momentum. It could squeeze back to the highest towards that 18, 19 on if it actually works out. So like right now, this is where you would take a shot, and you'd want to basically trail it up. So make sure it can hit a little bit of resistance at like 15s, but you don't want to see it below 13 again. If these lose those relative lows, it's done. But these are at the lows, so that's the only real logic. Plus, I have a little squeeze momentum potentially happening on both of them. Just catch up to Nebius.
APLD, they have earnings tomorrow.
I mean, it's all the same stuff. So this is right off the lows. It's in the box. So like if we get a bounce, we basically just go to the top of the boxes. You got to get through the middle, but like the top of the box would be, I mean, that's potentially from here, like another 30%, which is exactly what I've been talking about. Like we can get these bounces, and at the highs, that's what I would be more cautious of. But in between, this is, before it was 48 hours of glory. That's probably a little bit more than like 30 days of glory. I don't know, maybe like 2 weeks of glory. Who knows? It's about how long that would take. If it goes, earnings is going to change the story here. So that's all fundamental right now. If it loses it, downside support 17, low 17s to 16s. That's your general floor right now.
And then last one, CoreWeave in this bucket. This one's been a mess all year, dude.
She did it again, dude. She bounced. She's still holding. 85s. These are scary to trade, dude. I will say that. Scary. I had hard enough time. I don't know how you guys trade IREN and Cypher like this show. I don't like it when they open up at my stop. I'm like, maybe I should just wait till the morning. But anyways, yeah, she's up near that first level of resistance. If it can get through 88, 90, just again, closer to 100. Downside support 68. So the range is large, but there's a lot of, this is your range. You're kind of right in the middle. So this has got to be momentum from here, meaning that if and only if it's over 88, could I say that you're going to go up to that 98 potential, but then you hit that prevailing downtrend. If you hit that prevailing downtrend and you start to fail, it's probably back to 70 and you can make this trade like full round again. So that's what it looks like right now.
Okay, so that is your bucket of the neoclouds. CRDO.
CRDO 75s.
No, CRDO. Or CRDO, I meant to say. You liked this one before, right?
This networking.
Yes.
Yeah. So like this is like Arista and stuff. I think these are the laggards right now. So like if we see the data center components catch up, I think these are the ones that have the most catch up to do. If they might take a little while to get there, but if the thesis plays out, so like if you see Micron recovering or you see Seagate continue, then these would be the ones that they come to next, like Arista, things like that. She already big bounce on Arista. Yeah, this looks like a bit of a catch up.
Okay.
I don't know that these are the greatest. Actually, $90 to.
I mean, it's down 50% from the highs, more than that.
That's not bad.
It's not bad, right? It's not crazy.
No, hang on.
Same thing with Arista and ALAB.
Oh, Astera, we should probably. Astera's probably at a really good price, dude, actually. I have like a pretty perfect retracement on that too. Wow. That's pretty clean, dude.
Yeah, ALAB and CRDO do move very closely.
So CRDO, yeah, as long as it's over 94, we're probably good. At least to 120.
Okay. Oh, you want to do ALAB? Yeah, we'll do ALAB then Micron. Let's do that one.
Yeah, ALAB not quite. Well, actually, it filled the near full thing. 90 is major support. But if it gets over 122, yeah, this is. It lost a lot of momentum. I have not heard them in the news at all.
It made a move in January with the other high beta names, but then it kind of.
Custom silicon. Yeah. What happened? I mean.
Okay, Micron. What are we thinking?
This is sketchy, or this is tough, right? So like. How do I say this? So Micron is in a spot where over here we were in distribution and they picked it right back up. If it comes back in, then just like everything else, technically speaking, this should actually get all the way back to the highs, literally. But right here, you're very much in the danger zone. So this can have a failure in 390 area, and that's short, but the short is not invalidated. That's still valid. And a failure in around 390 is the bigger concern. So I would want to see it get over more, or I would, if you take it, you kind of just trail out from a trading perspective and just be more conservative here. If it's below 366, it's happening, and you don't want to see that. 360, what is that? 363, 363.80. You don't want to lose this consolidation area. So that's fine. That's exactly where it stopped today and kind of bounced to stay back into that, get back into that consolidation range. If you got it here this morning, you're fine. You just kind of trail out and see if it can. Why is my timer not working? Continue the momentum. up through the top end of this range.
Okay. Another interesting one in this kind of AI ecosystem, and this one's interesting as well. AEHR, they just had earnings today.
Here.
Yeah, this one is up heavy this year. What do you think of this?
Well, I liked it at like 20 or whatever. Even here, 30 is probably fine, technically speaking. So if this pulls back, so here's the initial, the more recent consolidation. So 128. So number one, 28, 29 was a good hold. This should take us up to 51. As long as it's holding 43, I have visibility into 60s. I don't have much more than that. Then on this move, then you have this guy, if we're doing the lines and stuff. Yeah, 37 would be the hold. You're right at that. You're literally at prior highs. This is a spot for more caution. I think you're pretty much played out. It's got to be a huge win. Got to be a huge win if you're in it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why people are aping into it's up. It's more than double up this year, so I don't know why now people.
Yeah, I mean,
unless the growth is
it
just
can.
even better.
Yeah, it can, but you'd have to hold like essentially 37s, and then eventually, as you're breaking out through 55, that's what this will look like, and I'll look into 85. But this might have moved so much, you might be able to sell some 85 leaps or something.
Yeah,
and make a pretty penny.
No, the premiums on it are not as bad. You're right. That's fair. A lot of these have made these small caps have completely in this bottleneck thesis begun to become more important. VG and next.
Oh, green. So like, I'm not in these for the war rhetoric. I don't think that matters. It's not part of my thesis. It's part of the momentum. True. I don't actually have VG. I have next. 1377, fine. You know, like if you had that, we walked through a strategy of selling some $25 leaps on VG, collecting $5. That would, at the time, it was 17, protect like a little bit over $5 of downside. I mean, the downside was 12. It's working out exactly how that should work out. I think if you took that trade, that's picture perfect. And just see where she goes from there. Upside is 25 if it gets through, but we're not through yet. Next is going to be similar. 843 was my first target. I'm actually through 843 today. This little, I don't know if it was for this group or for my group. I had this 736 area of that support. So like when they're trending, when things are trending, I want them to act right, essentially. And so like all this is from here to here, pullback retests about 730s, held, making new highs. We're good to go. So let this play out. I should be able to see 930s, give or take, up to 950s, at which point I'll expect another little pullback, probably around the 840. But this is on our way. This is pre-revenue though. So like there's a lot more to go on this in terms of like, you know, now 2 billion. This is pre-revenue company. So just know it's speculative, but the timeline, they've gone through a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of building up to getting revenue per Maddie and that session. But that's what pre-revenue. So when revenue comes, which should be this year or next, if Maddie's here, he'll say. But all right, moving on.
This one's interesting. Well, actually, this is one that you suggested last week, Intel.
I didn't suggest it. I mean, I said I like it. But this is, I think it's just like, it's the, I bought it. It's the, you can say what you want, but I think it's the rotation within the semiconductor index right now. Intel is probably the strongest semi of the bunch, believe it or not. 42 is that like prior support. And at this point, I think as long as we can hold literally this level, I think we're on our way to 70s, dude, 60, 70 bucks. And like this was
I don't hate the thesis, dude. I think it makes sense, to be honest.
The Taiwan thesis.
Just everything about Intel being the most important chip company in the States besides NVIDIA. Like it is being treated like that by Trump and Jensen and Elon partnering with it today, right?
So again, $52 is an important level from a breakout perspective. Once I start to hold 52, my systematic way of approaching this from a trading perspective is that I should at least see 55, which I have, and I can start to fill this gap at the 60s. And then if I can get through there, then I'm talking about 70 plus and an extension into this area here later. I don't know what the valuation is. I'm just talking about from a technical perspective. That is the setup, but it's got to go one step at a time first.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Rocket Lab.
Relatively strong. We liked it.
I bought some.
You did? At 60?
67.
Nice. Yeah, I don't hate it. I think a lot of stuff right now is going to be momentum. And so like, as long as things can hold momentum, Rocket Lab, not so much. Rocket Lab has been relative strength. There are things that are different. Like, I don't even know if I can say that stock. The other space stocks that are mostly momentum.
ASTS?
No, Saidu.
Oh yeah, that's a small one. Yeah.
Super small. Like that's just as pure momentum. If it's not holding momentum, cool. Like exit stage left probably, but like ASTS, Rocket Lab, it takes more than just momentum to get these going. I think this is a good spot to nibble, and then we want to see it continue on. But yeah, I don't hate this at all. If this gets over that 68 again, you probably squeeze. Did you buy this for SpaceX?
Yeah, literally that's the only reason I bought it.
Really?
Yeah.
So you had an option. This and that. That's I think part of what's happening to Tesla is SpaceX, the Elon club leaving for that. I don't know. Maybe consumer weakness. Who knows? But yeah, long Rocket Lab, short Tesla. That's your SpaceX trade, I guess. Is what it is.
Let's do ASTS as well after that. I think both could be good SpaceX proxies. Rocket Lab seems like the more obvious one, though.
Yeah. Yeah, she's doing the same. She's doing.
It almost was the same though with Rocket Lab. I mean, they don't move that differently. Yeah.
No. Yeah. So 105 to 110. It's your upside. Downside support 76. It's neutral, but it's on a bounce right now.
Google
was real close. This is the top of the channel. So currently downtrend. This is a lot of things, but Google's top of the downtrend. Kind of like Micron, but a lot further along than Micron is right now. It's a more important day for Google. Either she gets rejected or she breaks out and holds super relatively strong. That's what we're going to see. But yeah, it's literally bounced on these headlines or whatever right into support. So this is a reaction zone that you would watch and see. This is an area that should be resistance tomorrow. I would expect to get rejected still. That's okay. And as long as it's holding that, support is 295. Resistance is getting tight, is 310. So if it's back below 295, you got a little bit more room to fill. I can't say it's going to new lows because it has to get through this first. That is down to 270s, and then we'll see. But strong into resistance. A bounce into resistance, I would be a little bit more cautious about. But, Trump likes to make noise. And the market's just rallying. So it might blow the resistance. If it does, let it go. Like it's going, but I don't know that it would be. I don't know.
Okay.
Be cautious. Yeah. At resistance. That's all I can tell you.
For those that are joining, the reason the markets that are up overnight, at least so far, is a Pakistani mediated ceasefire. Wall Street Journal says if Trump agreed to extend the deadline and or some kind of ceasefire, this is not a deal or the deal. It's an opening for a deal, which both sides still want on their terms. Obviously not super bullish, but definitely not massively bearish, which is a good thing. Salesforce. By the way, I don't understand how someone can buy Salesforce here. Not saying it's a horrible company, but Anthropic just said they're doing 30 billion in revenue. Salesforce is going to do 42. Anthropic's going to do more revenue than Salesforce by June. I mean, when you talk about, AI eating up software companies, this is the one where it's like, it's cheap, but man, there's other companies growing just way faster.
Do they even operate in the same space though?
Not unless Claude wants to offer CRMs.
So it's not like they're eating them, but it's an insane amount going direct to consumer that Anthropic's going to get versus CRM going to the enterprise. If anything, they should raise their prices as CRM.
But isn't that crazy? Salesforce has worked 20 years to get to 40 billion of revenue. Anthropic did it in
Claude
15
is
months.
expensive though. Of all the AIs, it's probably the most expensive.
But the fact that people are paying it means it's worth paying for, right?
I pay for it. I think I pay $100 a month. I think I pay $100 a month to Claude, and I think maybe $80 for Google GPT, and I don't know how much I pay for Gemini. I don't know. I have them all. I don't know. Sometimes I use them. Sometimes I'm really bad at managing these bills bills are flying. Sorry, I don't know.
Do you like this at all at this chart, or there's way better opportunities? Because I just think there's so many better growth opportunities versus the software names that have been sold off. Because yes, it's attractive, but man, there's better names that are growing. Like Micron is more attractive than Salesforce, I feel like. Even though Micron has a cyclicality narrative or whatever.
I think it's attractive, but it has not rewarded you to step in front of the train here. So I think just for that reason alone, like I could justify waiting till it's higher, say over literally 220 or over 200. Or maybe check back towards 150, but it hasn't really paid to jump in front of this one yet. So no, I mean, it's valuation wise. Yeah, it's great, but there's something wrong. I don't really know what it is. Like I can almost say the same thing for ServiceNow. There's something wrong.
Can we do Now and Adobe? What are you thinking there? Same thing?
Yeah, it's the same thing. So there's something wrong. Oh, ServiceNow. Probably gonna squeeze this one. Actually, I think right here, right now, you can probably hop in.
Dude, this was 124 3 weeks ago after it fell. And now it's right back.
Yeah, I mean, you can hop in knowing that $80 is the next level. So,
yeah,
we're gonna. He's literally texting me right now. Can we look at the RSI? Can we look? Fine. I'm joking. He's not. But this is like probably when you would. I mean, I'm on a weekly. It's not. Yo, this is pretty bad. These are pretty bad. So it's coming out of, but so you got to 65, 61s. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna squeeze, but I don't know which way yet. It's still down.
Okay, so fade software. Sure. kind of core argument, which I can't blame anyone on. I absolutely cannot. Oh, you're muted.
I would probably just look at IGV in general as a sector. I mean, it's tough because like energy is still by far the best performing group. I know a lot of people are trimming that stuff. I think it depends on your thesis on why you're in there in general, like in the first place. A lot of things are very tempting to catch early, but if you're, hang on one second.
This cold has got him, bro. He is a champ doing TT for us with his cough today. I'm just gonna take over for you. I'm just gonna do it.
No, Mama came in. She's sick, so I think we have to go.
Dude, that's totally fine. I don't want you to stay if you're feeling it.
We could do a couple more, but we have to button it up. But I do have to go to the doctor, and not for me. Although maybe I'll pick something up, but she's had really bad. It's like morning sickness, but it's all day. Hasn't been able to hold anything down.
Okay, so we'll do like 3 or 4 more real quick. Corning, GLW. Let's go for some ones that I know you like. I know you like that one.
So it's good. So far, I think this is a space that I like. We have a session gap Corning around 159. To me, that's where this is where it's been trying to get back to. I like it. I have another target here, full target 200. This is my kind of trade map right now. If we got out of this consolidation, I would be really concerned though if Corning got up to here and did not carry through. So this right here is the situation that I'm would be worried about, but for now it's going up, and I think that they could get to here if this ends up like this. However this ends up, I think you get here 160 basically, and I just don't want to see it lose momentum. Otherwise, we're back into consolidation.
Okay, let's just do one more, Jason. I'll let you pick the last one. Then we'll get you out of here.
I mean, I'll just look at why are they doing Nike at it?
Nike keeps falling every day.
FCX, I'd stay.
Let's end it with any stock that's caught your attention the past couple of days.
Well, I'm just seeing Oracle, Light. I'm Light. Optical. So I think you could stay in this like optical stuff. This looks good. Light was up to here. So Biddy, if we're gonna base out, for right now, I think you could see these 70s, mid 70s. If it gets rejected, cool. I don't know. This one, if Bitcoin gets absolutely wrecked this year, this will probably be the biggest buy that you'll see in a long time. But that's not for a while. I'm gonna say if we start to bounce here now, this is probably one to go ahead and just start nibbling. Just like everything else, I would, as much as I would love better prices, this is probably good for, if we're going to rally, it's probably good for a solid rally and anything Biddy related. So I would absolutely watch these.
Okay. That is what we got from Jason. We thank him for being here with us every single Tuesday. And shout out to Tariq. I didn't make the announcement for the pictures, but we got Tariq who.
Nice. Yeah, the end phase stuff, solar stuff, that's a midterm trade, I think, for like November's, maybe. So they're not looking great here yet. We got earnings.
Yeah. All right, Jason, thank you. Hopefully the wifey feels better. Again, we appreciate it every single week. I'm putting his Twitter in the chat, Discord, YouTube, all the stuff you guys can click on. And we will catch you next
Someone
week.
asked about FCX. I did add to my FCX. I'm still long. I like it. I think we're good. GLW looks good. FCX looks good. Hey, man, we shall see. Hopefully this doesn't end badly, but For now, I think we have a bounce coming. That's well, look at Apple. Look what they did, dude. Are we extending so heavily right now in the after hours?
Futures just opened, right? Oh shit, we are up.
We're gonna hit my 670 like now.
Oh, futures literally wow, 664.
I mean, dude.
Taco Tuesday. Oil's down 4%. That means oil's at what, 104 or something? Or 10? Hold on. I mean, this is all the 103. No, sorry, 108. 108. It's below 110 at least. All right.
I actually
Ladies and gentlemen.
so say some prayers for wifey. Think she's fine, but we gotta go hook her up to an IV right now.
All right.
Get her nourished.
Got a baby on the way. So we're all praying for her.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Later, Jason. Thank you so much.
Love you. See you later.
Love you too.
Bye.
Later. Folks, we are moving. For those that are wondering the news, that we've been covering it for the past 2 hours. It is this Pakistani ceasefire that has been intermediated by the Pakistanis. It's what's getting the market to at least be a bit more excited about the potential of a ceasefire. We are seeing green candles across the board. Broadcom up 1%, Reddit up 0.5%, SPY, Rocket Lab making a nice move right there. Rocket Lab 3% after hours. Affirm, I mean, take your pick. It's everything. The Qs, Home Depot, the airlines, Grab, MicroStrategy, SOFI, AMC, CVS, Oscar, which just got a massive insider buy. I mean, 1 million shares. I don't care who you are. You buy 1 million shares of your stock, $12 million. You probably are more bullish than not. So that's a hell of an insider buy from the CEO. That stock up 6.5% after hours. Adobe's up. VG's down, obviously. Nebius is up. Microsoft's up 1%. Ondas is up. Your oil and gas plays are down. Crude is down a little bit. I mean, Robinhood 71. Yeah, I guess this Pakistani brokered mediated ceasefire is what's causing this green.
Who is in Washington with more? Megan.
Brian, chances of another extension in the president's deadline for Iran to make a deal appear to be rising at least somewhat after that proposal you mentioned from the Pakistani prime minister. So this proposal has 3 parts to it. President Trump would delay his deadline from 8 p.m. tonight for another 2 weeks. The Iranians then would reopen the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding 2 weeks, and there would be a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks. The White House has reacted to that proposal, with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling me in a statement, quote, "The president has been made aware of the proposal and a response will come." That comes after she told us earlier in the day that only the president knows where things stand and what he will do. Now, the Iranians also giving some reaction to the proposal, a senior Iranian official telling Reuters after it was released that Tehran was positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire. So nothing perfectly committal there, but a fairly significant change in tone after Iran's state-run Press TV reported earlier this afternoon that Iran would firmly reject any proposal for temporary ceasefire, now appearing potentially to be warming to the idea. Brian?
All right, Megan, thank you very much. Guy Dami, we had a pretty...
I mean, is this it, guys? Is this it? Is this what the market has been bracing for? I mean, we have not seen 664 in a month. I think more than that. No, definitely not more than that. Last time we touched it was, it was about 3 weeks ago. March, end of March, or second to last week of March. So it's been a while, been about 3 weeks, but still, it's nice to see it get back to that level. And then before that, it was early March. So, and then as you can see, we had that 629 drawdown, came back up, almost touched 670 a week ago before Trump had the speech. Then he had the speech. Then we came right back down to 643. Then we recovered back to 659. And now we are busting through 660 after hours with 665. If Iran opens the strait for 2 weeks, I don't see how that's bearish. Now, granted, is the market going to just V-shape up to the moon? I also am a bit skeptical about, but look at NVIDIA. She's going for 180. NVIDIA going for 180 after hours, 179.98. Bitcoin, are we at 70? Yeah, okay, come on. We are risk on right here. 68.5 to 70.3 in 1 day. Rocket Lab at 68. I mean, can we trust this, or is Trump going to dump when he responds? Well, I think the pump right here is the markets assuming that all the sources that we've been reporting on for the past couple hours, the senior Iranian officials, CNN, yada, yada, all of them are signaling a ceasefire will happen tonight, and the market is pricing that in. But now, if it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. But if it does, then this is the appropriate price action we should be seeing. Does that mean NVIDIA goes back to 190? I think that's a little bit too aggressive, although it wouldn't surprise me. But it definitely means NVIDIA's not easily going back to what was the low on NVIDIA? 162 or something? 163.50. Yeah, I don't see us going back there if we legit have some type of ceasefire. Trump just tweeted, screw your covered calls. Yeah, exactly. Well, here's the thing. Again, the thing about covered calls is, let's say you have an NVIDIA 180 strike and we're at 179.96. If NVIDIA gaps up to like 182 and you're at 180 and you got $3 of premium, your break even's 183. You can roll and navigate that. Now, if NVIDIA goes to 193, you can still roll. It's just you're going to have to put a lot more months on the deal versus weeks. And so the question is, how large is the extent of the pump? We have not seen a day other than that 3% day we had last week, which some could argue is a rebound from the oversold levels on Monday, where we had a face ripper. Because 3% on the S&P is an absolute face ripper. But we and then we gave back 50% of that the next day. So, I mean, we have not seen a succinct number of days consecutively that have led to just a massive rally, because there's always something that messes it up. And I guess we'll see if this is even true in the next coming hours. I imagine we're going to get a Trump post pretty soon announcing the ceasefire. And if we do, then it's just a question of how much the markets want to continue to believe this will be okay. SOFI's pumping. Oil is dumping very nicely here. Again, it is futures, though. It's not exactly a lot of volume that's playing it on this. Crude's at 107. It was at 117 this morning. Pounter 152. A ceasefire does not mean end of war. That is very fair, which could also be the reason for continuing to be a bit more bearish with the calls, or at least more cautiously optimistic. But 2 weeks of the Strait being open, I mean, who wants to go backwards and then have the Strait get closed, right? Like, I would imagine they would try their absolute best, both sides, to come to something, which might mean the U.S. has to give up some sanctions relief. The Iranians have to guarantee no nuclear proliferation, or at least symbolically guarantee that, so Trump can frame it as a win. Like, something's going to have to happen. NVIDIA 179.84. So far, there is a Pakistani paper on the table. Negotiations are ongoing up to this moment. The atmosphere is positive towards some of the ideas put forward. Nothing is final. The issue of a regional ceasefire is among the ideas currently on the table. But again, nothing is final until an agreement is reached. It was 50-50 in the morning when I asked the question, do you think Trump's really going to attack? And I think the 50% that said no were leaning towards the idea of every time this guy hypes, like, he loves the theater of hyping this shit up. The guy was talking about taking over Greenland. Like, at the end of the day, it's a lot of hype only for it to eventually, which is why I think we haven't had a 20% drawdown. Like Liberation Day, a lot of hype. That was the first introduction to all of us realizing he was not going to live up to it. Retail caught on before the institutions. Retail bought the dip. Institutions sold the dip, and that ended up not being the best for them. But this time, you did not see massive institutional selling, else the S&P would have just got hit a lot harder. You didn't see that. Now, you also didn't see tons and tons of retail buying the dip, because retail is emotionally getting annoyed at all the back and forth. But We're down at the most 7%, which is quite frankly just not that aggressive. So if he doesn't end up attacking today, it will be another series of Trump just retracing from the ultimate climax of what he threatens to do. And the question is, how much does the market, believe in this ceasefire if it does take place? 665 on the S&P right here. Oil still down. Oil crude's at 103. That's down 6%. Or sorry, Brent's at 103. Crude's at 108. Copper's up. Silver's up. Gold is up. Obviously, futures are up. The Dow's up. Small caps are up. Also, something that's also very interesting, and I didn't get to show this during the close, but this is real because on Twitter, you can check the edit history of a tweet. So if you edit a tweet, anyone can go back and look at the history of how it was edited. The Pakistani prime minister, this was the first thing that he tweeted. He forgot to take out the beginning of the tweet, which was draft Pakistan's prime minister message on X. And you got a lot of people thinking, did the US actually draft this message, send it to the Pakistanis, and then this guy copy and pasted without deleting the most important part? Or did he go to ChatGPT and say draft? Could you imagine the Pakistani PM talking to ChatGPT saying, hey, I'm trying to stop a nuclear war. Can you draft me a message to intermediate between the two? And maybe, ChatGPT did that. Or his intern just sent him that and forgot to take that out. I mean, there's a bunch of different scenarios. But yeah, the dude definitely had this drafted up from somewhere. And then after he edited it a couple times, you had it without that draft. If that's the case, ChatGPT absolutely has insider information about what's going on. Either that or there was multiple versions of notes. That is also true. Could you imagine that group chat? The Pakistanis, the Turks, the JD Vance and Rubio 665 on the S&P. I mean, my goodness, that group chat must be going crazy. Imagine the emojis. Like, imagine JD putting bomb emojis if we don't get a deal or some shit. Like, it's pretty incredible how this is playing out, but it does look like there might be a chance for a deal. Iran leaves the group chat. Yeah, JD says some wild shit. Next thing you see, Iran leaves the group chat. I hate that group chats announce when you leave. Because there have been many times where I just want to get the hell out of the group chat. And it's like, I don't want them to say that I left because that feels rude. But I cannot take the notifications anymore. Apple should fix that. We shouldn't have that easily happen. This is incredible. 664 on the S&P. And really, I did multiple polls over the past couple days. It was 50-50. The sentiment was 50% think he's not going to attack, 50% think he is going to attack. And so I think that's why you haven't seen a massive rally or a massive down, because you have a lot of people buying the dip and a lot of people waiting on the sidelines. Right now on the poll, it's 60-40. Do you think Trump strikes tonight? This was after the recent Pakistani updates we got a couple hours ago. So maybe it's not going to be that bad. Dixie's dumping. Oh, we are definite. I mean, there's a world, folks, in which we get this freaking deal. You don't see the dollar dumping and oil dumping at the same time unless people think this is over. Or at least paused. Maybe not over. Have you not discovered you have a perfectly politically balanced audience? I honestly, yes. There are literal times where I want to screenshot the comments where one person is saying I have TDS and the other person is saying I can't believe Amit is so MAGA. Like, it's actually phenomenal, which means I'm doing a great job at being neutral here. But this is the headline for those that are wondering. Pakistan mediating a ceasefire. Trump said he was made aware of the ceasefire. CNN reporting that a deal is very likely to come by the end of the day. Yeah, maybe Jason was talking about a fall through day. Maybe it's tomorrow. Tomorrow's what, Wednesday? April 9th, the anniversary of the great time to buy post by Trump. That was a 10% rally intraday on the S&P. It is a MAGA with TDS. Oh my gosh. Yes, the news why we are ripping is because a ceasefire is likely based on multiple sources. And I don't know if that means this is going to be a super, super easy buy the dip. I don't know if this is going to be a sell the news. Let's get a little bit more coverage on it. But obviously markets like it more than they hate it.
Muted market reaction, given that in 3 hours' time, President Trump, and I respectfully, we're quoting Iran, this is going to be apparently President Trump's decision, what he does. The market's fairly calm. Why?
Welcome, and welcome for the next ensuing few days to you, obviously. Why? Because I think the market has learned, I think it learned last April that the rhetoric is one thing, and if you try to get ahead of it, try to trade around it, you're going to be disappointed. And I think the way the market reacted in the aftermath of the back off last April is what people are planning for now. They're like, I'm not going to make that same mistake twice. I'm not going to get short or underinvested on the back of what could happen this evening or in the ensuing couple days. Problem, of course, is despite the fact that oil came off today, and you watch this very closely, still talking about crude oil north of 110, and you're still talking to VIX, to your earlier point, around 26, which suggests about 1.7% intraday moves on any given day. So I think there's resilience in the stock market. I understand why. I think the equity.
This was about an hour before futures open. Futures are not showing crude at 110 anymore. It's down at around 107 or 108. And if it can get below 105, I mean, I think people would be very, very excited about that. Mediators have conveyed Iran's proposal to the U.S. and that the decision now rests with Trump. According to Iranian sources, they also state that a reasonable and compromise-ready text has been submitted to the mediators. Wow. According to Iranian sources, the ball is in the U.S.'s court. Iranian officials say that following revisions to the initial draft. I mean, well, that the problem is we're not fully getting confirmation that the Iranians are ready to follow through on their side of the deal, which is opening the Strait of Hormuz. If we get news that the Iranians are ready to open the strait for the next 2 weeks, I don't think this rally is fake, at least in the short term. I don't know how strong it's going to be. But yeah, the only reason I'm skeptical about this, that you're not getting confirmation that they're, because if they're not going to reopen the strait, Trump's not going to agree to this. I mean, even as a sign of goodwill, you would need to at least somewhat open up that strait. Tell Trump he gets a Pakistani Peace Prize if there's a ceasefire. Dude, the crazy thing is Pakistan got involved in all this. Pakistani's prime minister must feel so important now if Pakistan, which is not really the center of negotiating or global affairs, quite frankly, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, they don't really get involved in this stuff. They are the three that are now getting involved in this to make it happen. This is quite incredible. Where's the Trump tweet? That's what we need. I don't think he's going to do it at 8 p.m. I think he's going to do it before. I mean, if he really makes us wait till 8 p.m., it is what it is. But we got to see. It's a good time to ship incoming from Iran. Why would Trump allow Iran to get fresh anti-air defense systems from China and Russia with this 2-week ceasefire? Well, that's the ironic thing. If they do open up the Strait of Hormuz and they start making a ton of money, that might allow them to retool to get ready to go back into combat, unless the 2 weeks results in something actually productive. The simple deal is Iran says they're going to give up their nukes. Trump gets rid of some of the sanctions. Now, Trump's not going to get rid of all of them. Iran's actually not going to get rid of all their nukes. But that would symbolically, in my opinion, be enough for both sides to at least sell to their people some level of a deal that has been achieved. And then we move on and we get back to talking about price to earnings ratios instead of geopolitics. But until then, it looks like we are still hit. 664 S&P. Trying to get a little bit more coverage on this and see what else we've got going on. Again, Jason left early for Technical Tuesday, but we did get through some of this TA. You did have a lot of new updates from Artemis 2. Let's just go to this real quick because I thought this was pretty cool with brand new pictures of the moon.
Their pass behind the far side of the moon, which temporarily blocked their ability to contact Earth.
We have such faith in our vehicle integrity, such faith in mission control, that we were just at complete peace and just doing our job. And just trying to do a good job to collect as much science data as we could while we were on the far side of the moon, and we were just giddy in here.
The astronauts captured beautiful images of a distant Earth.
That's crazy, bro. That is absolutely crazy. I'm going to try to pull up some more of the pictures that they were earlier today. But the view of Earth from the moon is quite incredible, if you believe it, which I believe, but I understand people don't.
Earth setting behind a giant moon in the foreground. They also viewed a sunset followed by a total solar eclipse that lasted about 53 minutes. A few hours after reestablishing contact with Earth, President Trump called to invite the astronauts to the Oval Office when they get back.
I just watch you go to the back of the moon, and people haven't been there in a long time, we can say, but it's going to be more and more prevalent because we're going to be doing a lot of traveling, and then you're going to ultimately do the whole big trip to Mars.
This afternoon, the Artemis 2.
That's one of the pictures. This is the other picture that's crazy. Let me pull it up right here. Yeah, look at this, bro. Look at this. Imagine you were on the moon looking at Earth from here. That is crazy. If you believe it's real, which I do, I know some people don't, that's okay. There's the moon. It's absolutely crazy. I don't think I would actually ever get into a rocket and go to the moon. I'm a little too scared. I mean, I'm scared of skydiving. So I don't think I would actually go to the moon. But I have so much respect. Like, the fact that these people are taking this mission and they're so chill about it and they're just ready to do it. I mean, just unbelievable amounts of respect for them doing it. Hopefully our stocks can visit the moon like they did back in October. But, you know, honestly, this all started when we started talking about soybeans. Like, if it wasn't for those damn soybeans, which then caused a crypto glitch, maybe we would still all be at all-time highs. My mom just texted me the Trump Truth Social post of the whole... She must be so scared, bro. This whole civilization will die tonight. I think she's probably just realizing that Trump tweeted that in the morning. This is how I know she's upset. She didn't even say anything else. She just sent me the tweet. She is not the biggest fan of Trump. I will say that. She kind of thinks the guy's crazy. But I have to update her on this potential ceasefire. Yeah, it was just a joke, Mom. He was just kidding. Goodness, bro. This is what he does. He hypes things up, and then potentially we don't really see the full extent of what it is until it happens. Get her a joint and a shot of something. My mom my mom has never smoked weed, but she just started drinking like in the past couple of years. Like, I think she's like, you know, taking a couple glasses of wine here and there, but my parents don't drink. My dad literally sold liquor for a living. He owned a liquor store for 20 years and he doesn't drink. So I'm like the only one that drinks, and I barely drink. I mean, I drink sometimes when I'm with my friends, but outside of that, my sister stopped drinking recently. When she was at LA, I was like, yo, do you want to drink? And she was like, I stopped drinking 2 years ago. So our whole family pretty much doesn't drink. But maybe the ceasefire looks like it'll call for some glasses of champagne, at least in the short term. How old is my mom? My mom is 55, if I'm not wrong. 1969, so that's 31 plus 26. No, 56. She'll soon be 57 this year. Is it hard to open a liquor store? It is difficult to get the liquor license. I was talking to my dad about this the other day, and he opened it back in the 90s, but now getting a liquor license is a lot more expensive. You have a lot more scrutiny. It's not as easy to be able to sell liquor. Margins aren't like they were back in the 90s. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely not the simplest thing, but if you're in the right area, you know, you have good traffic, then it's obviously a very profitable business as well. All right, so we are still waiting for an update here. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get something exactly at 8 p.m. The pump, for those that are joining, Tesla right there, 350 after hours, this potential ceasefire. SPY's not letting it go either. You're still at 664.70. It's holding on to it after hours. Zeta, IGV, everything's getting a move. Seeing on Twitter that Trump team has confirmed ceasefire. Let me see if there's... I mean, I feel like we would know from Trump's Truth Social before anything else. It looks like he's going to confirm it, but I mean, the market's not reacting like this off of a fake rumor. I mean, maybe they are. But this is a hell of a move. A hell of a move. See, this is why I end up missing the daily recap. Dude, I was going to do my daily recap before the market close because we were getting towards the end of the day and I wanted to record it, have it edited, ready to go to upload. But then I was like, wait a second, we have this freaking 8 p.m. deadline. So I have to wait until 8 p.m. or at least have to wait until I get more information. Now you guys are like, stay live till 8 p.m. So when am I going to get time to record the freaking recap? Because you can't do it in the morning because nothing has happened yet. This is why I'm so inconsistent on the daily recap. The streams just end up going so long sometimes. And it's no one's fault. It's just like there's news. You kind of have to be live to see what happens. And then you can't post it at 11 p.m., right? But this is what happens. This is the nature of this market for the past couple of years. You just have to see it minute by minute what's happening. Can we pull an all-nighter? You know, I did promise a 24-hour stream. Today is probably not that day, but eventually we will do a 24-hour stream. JKL, thanks for the super chat. There will be a massive liquidity exit for larger players into the middle of the year and midterms. You know, I do not think that is crazy. The idea that we pumped to like 685, as Jason was saying, and that is your exit event. That is the opportunity to reposition short. That is the ability for people to get out. Given all the issues we still have remaining, which is the Fed, inflation, labor market, yada, yada. Having said that, if oil actually comes down meaningfully, we're talking about, you know, at least back to 80, some of these core concerns start to become concerns of the moment, not concerns of the next few months. And maybe the market is potentially willing to give a premium back on equities to not be worried about inflation because they know it's inevitably going to come down if oil stays down. Labor market going down is actually a warrant for a rate cut. And if it goes up, it's not necessarily good news is bad news, right? Like maybe Kevin Warsh has an easier time getting the cut. So although volatility will increase and maybe it is a liquidity event, maybe it is part of a rally. It's obviously hard to tell. And here's the other thing. The other thing that this is also really important about being objective. And I've noticed this in politics, right? Which is why I don't like politics. There are a lot of people just from the political content I've been viewing. And this is actually a philosophical concept that goes back to Berlant, who is a French philosopher, and the other guy that I'm forgetting his name from 1995. I'm forgetting the name. I'll remember in a second. But it's around this concept of wanting bad things to happen so that you can keep talking about the bad things that are happening. AKA, there's a lot of people that have been covering this war that have had a position, which is that they hate Trump, Trump's a dictator, he's a fascist, he's doing yada, yada, like all the political insults you can have. And then they are being proven correct because of everything that's happened, right? So their side, their base, their audience is like, yes, we love you. We want to keep you. We want to encourage the message you're putting out there into the world. And that message is not like me, which is, trying to be down in the middle. That message is obviously geared towards one side of the aisle, left or right, which incentivizes more viewership, more advertising dollars, etc. If the war were to come to an end and, the ramifications of it are not as aggressive as some people think it can be, which who knows, but if it's not, you will have a lot of people that will be fighting that narrative because they don't care about the objective analysis of the war. They care about their side being right, and particularly if their side is rooted in claiming Trump is the most evil person in the world. If the war comes to an end and things go back to normal, they might not be able to claim that. And so there is one of those things where, let's see what happens with the ceasefire, but you are going to have some parts of the aisle that want this to continue for the pure fact that it gives them something to talk about. And I'm trying to figure the name of the philosopher. Why? Oh, Baudrillard, John Baudrillard. John Baudrillard talks about this. I've talked about them on the channel before. He's a French sociologist. And essentially, the argument here is, he calls it the politics of research. And the idea is that people only like doing research because it fits their narrative, and that narrative incentivizes more research, and that more research then incentivizes their narrative, and it's sort of the circular loop. He's also a big postmodern. He writes a lot of postmodern critiques of capitalism, and the argument from his perspective in the context of capitalism is that people to be able to be persuaded through media and advertising essentially make up narratives, and then if those narratives somewhat come true, they want to pertain the sanctity of those narratives. And if you get a narrative violation with Trump going the opposite direction, then maybe something different happens. So, I guess we're going to see how this plays out, but the coverage on this is going to get really interesting. Bitcoin spiking right here, 70.6. Up, we're dumping. No, now we're pumping. That was a dump, though, real quick, though, right? We did dump. No, but now SPY's green, unless Weeble's wrong. You guys are looking at my screen. SPY's up. Now we're pumping again. What the hell was that? I saw that red candle just like you guys did. We went flat to slightly red. Now we're at 660. Now we're pumping. Okay, so that was the red candle right before the takeoff. Trump, we got it. We got it. I think we got it. We got it. We got the taco. We've got the taco. 2-week ceasefire. Trump to suspend bombing attack for Iran for 2 weeks. Here you go. Here's the tweet. Based on conversations with Iran and Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening to the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Oh my goodness, we are getting a complete retracement from the sentiment of this morning. Complete retracement. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the U.S. and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America and President and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to a resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, so he did what 50% of us thought he would do this morning, which is not follow through. There you go. There you go. He didn't freaking do it. He didn't. Look at Rocket Lab, 69, baby. 60 freaking 9. Look at her go. NVIDIA over 180. Palantir 152. Hoodie up 2.5%. What happens in 2 weeks? Well, Trump basically just claimed it's over. I really doubt in 2 weeks they're going to go back to bombing each other. I mean, I think it's kind of done. I don't know if it's kind of done. And forget the price action, just based on that tweet. Now, granted, Trump says a lot of things and contradicts himself, so we do have to be cautious here. But there you go. That's that Bitcoin 71. That's the argument. Going back to what I was talking about right before that tweet, I wonder how this is going to get covered in the media now. Because obviously all of us, at the end of the day, regardless of your politics, we just care about the Strait of Hormuz opening, oil going down, markets going up, and us getting back to normal, analyzing the markets every day. But the political sides, left and right, have had a field day covering this, and they all have their different narratives. And now the question is going to be how many of them hold on to those narratives if indeed this is an end to the war, and what ends up happening in the coming weeks if the ceasefire is essentially turned into a full peace deal. We were at 667.65 after hours on the S&P. Where is oil? Crude should be down at least below 105. Yeah, crude's at 103. That's a 7% decline. That's not bad. If that sucker goes below 100, it's going to be really exciting. 69.35 on the lab of rockets, 668 S&P. Bitcoin moving as well. There it is. So the key points, Trump, we have accepted a 2-week ceasefire. Our military objectives are complete. Iran must keep the strait open for the next 2 weeks for this to be, wow, we are moving after hours, for this to be a double-sided ceasefire. Almost 6, are we almost at 670? Wow, markets like it. Markets freaking like it here. 669.42 after hours. SanDisk up 3%. Let me just get all the futures together. VIX is down 6.3% to 23. The Dow Jones back at 47,000. S&P at 672, actually, S&P futures, which means we should hit it on SPY. Hood's looking for 73. Micron almost 400. There it is. Yes, I can pay taxes now. Yeah, we can actually afford to sell some stuff to pay taxes. Our ports are joining Artemis and going to the moon. Are we back, guys? Are we back is the question. Are we officially back? Let me put the poll in the chat. 670. There it is. S&P. Oil down 8%. Ceasefire has been agreed to officially by, there it is, 670. Oh, she's moving. She's moving. Let me do the poll right here. Let's see what people think. I did say it would happen before 8 p.m. It did not feel like we would. I said that in the morning. I think it'll happen before 8 p.m. And by 3:30, you had the updates come in that there's going to be a ceasefire. And at around 6:35, 5 minutes ago, you got the official tweet. Are we back is the question. Yes means ceasefire is going to lead to an end to all this. Bitcoin at 71. No means we are headed right back down. And this is all fake. No means fake. Yes means we've bottomed. Monday, potential. I mean, dude, we got to go to 630 to get back to those lows on Monday of last week. How easy is it to get there? SPY up 1.67% after hours. Trump did say we received a 10-point proposal from Iran. We don't have a disclosure of the exact 10 points. I did tweet about the 10 points yesterday. Most of it was just you have to stop bombing us and leave and pay us back for the damages and give us sanctions relief. So there wasn't anything too crazy there. Trump did say it's workable. Let me read this again for those that are just tuning in. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate, which it's true. I mean, Iran's not going to get everything they ask for, but they'll get one or two of those things. And if they get even 50% of the things that they asked for in those one or two things, and the U.S. gives up a little bit, I mean, you're going to get some level of diplomacy taking place. And maybe this is done. People's memories are short. He made these promises 3 weeks ago. Sure, that's a fair point. I don't want to dismiss that. However, none of those promises came with a ceasefire. If this is a legit ceasefire, which again, I mean, like, we're still waiting on the Iranians to confirm this as well. Trump has tweeted it. The Iranians, I don't think, have confirmed yet that they're opening up the strait. That's the biggest thing here. I don't think Trump would tweet this, though, if he didn't have on good authority that the Iranians are opening up the strait. Otherwise, he looks like an absolute idiot. If this tweet is from Trump and there is no reopening of the strait for the next 2 weeks, he's going to look like a complete fool. So I would imagine he's fairly confident that the strait will be reopened and this will be a ceasefire. If it's not, then we're headed back lower. Then this is fake. It's just that simple. But I would think it potentially is not. Rocket Lab 6950. Nice little move right there for the Lab of Rockets. NVIDIA 181. I mean, the question is this the move that leads to a multi-week or multi-month rally like happened last year in April? Or does NVIDIA top out at 185? Does Rocket Lab top out at 75? Does Robinhood make a run to 80 and then can't go further from, you know, like, does Reddit, which is at 145, does that get up to 170? And then, like, is it that type of a rally, or is it a, hey, we're going back to the moon type of rally? Apple 256 after hours as well. What did Trump tweet? Let me put it on the screen right here. He essentially tweeted that the ceasefire has been agreed to. That is why we are rallying. There you go. What did you guys say on the poll? Wow, 60% of you said yes, we're back. 40% still say no. What did Cactus say? IDF, a short while ago, the IDF identified missiles launched from Iran towards the territory state of Israel. Okay, so I don't think that destroys the ceasefire. Now, maybe it does. But if they launched these missiles before the ceasefire was quote unquote agreed to, then I don't think Israel can be that upset about it because it was before the ceasefire. If it's after the ceasefire, then yes. I mean, anyone who bombs has a right to be upset. I don't know if that necessarily takes away from... Also, dude, how many times have we heard bombs going back and forth from both sides in the midst of quote unquote discussions? Like, they've been bombing each other back and forth for the past 3 weeks. So I don't know if that headline alone takes away from the legitimacy of the ceasefire. But it might. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It could. I wonder also if Israel does ignore... I mean, this is a ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran, not Israel and Iran. So if Israel violates these 2 weeks of a ceasefire, not like literally, but if Trump says, hey, don't do anything, like give us 2 weeks, and they keep attacking, I think Trump's going to be very pissed. Trump has been pissed at Israel before. There was that classic video of Trump cursing at Israel because of how mad he was last year with the war in Gaza. So I don't think he would be the happiest if it gets violated. Rocket Lab 6918 after hours. Fastly is up 6%. VIX is down. Question is how much of this holds. I mean, this is an emotional roller coaster, and the idea that this holds as much as we want it to hold, aka at least 675, I think was, people's targets. I don't know. Nebius should be at 120, right? Nebius 121. There you go. Nebius up 3%, NVIDIA up, Broadcom up, Reddit up. Nike's up 1%. The Qs are up 2%. How real do people think it is? Mitt, are you buying? I did buy my mom Rocket Lab today. I did. I got a Rocket Lab, I think, at like 67. I think I also bought it for my sister as well. I think for both of them. And again, I bought a couple days ago. The question is, do we really unleash the dry powder that's on the sidelines, which I think a decent chunk of us have. And I don't know. I still don't know if this is the right time yet. It feels more encouraging than not. But we have to see if that's fair. Oil is dumping. Micron up 4%. Still keeping my dry powder. It's only postponed. That is true. But again, you got to think logically. Okay, it's postponed for 2 weeks. But at the end of 2 weeks, are they really going to go back to bombing each other? Maybe. But if they're not, market's going to price that in way quicker than before the next 2 weeks. Dude, my mom's up 1,000. No, I got my mom. I'm looking at it right. My mom's average cost is $66.83. I should just sell this shit for my mom. I should just. She's up $1,000, dude. I should just sell this shit. You're like, hey, mom, just made you $1,000. Then again, if it goes to 75, this is where greed gets you, bro. It's like you're looking at $1,000, $1,086. That's a lot of money, bro. It's $1,000. But if we bottomed, like it should be more than a thing. Like it should go up. This is how investors think, right? I bought her 500 shares, not 300, 500. She'll be pumped if you sell it. Dude, she's probably going to be like, why'd you sell it? She'll probably be like, oh. Dude, I think I bought it like $350. Like literally bought it 10 minutes before the close. Oh my gosh, dude. Is this real though? Is this freaking real? Is this real? Dude, I mean, look, this is perfect for SpaceX now to go public, right? Perfect for SpaceX to go public. Like this, it needs a good environment. And quite frankly, that's the reason to hold on to a lot of space names. Because if we get a pump, we get a good macro, even if it's for a couple months, and SpaceX goes to 2 trillion, I can't see Rocket Lab stuck in the 60s. Like that thing's breaking out. Just as a proxy. And again, I'm acknowledging it's literally because of SpaceX, but still, that's your trade. Nebius probably gets back above 140. I know it got hit at 130 with some dilution, and it fell all the way back, but this one looks like a coiled up spring. Their ClickHouse stake obviously gets very enticing as that potentially raises a new round of funding, which if you have all these IPOs, they're probably going to raise more funding. Reddit, this thing's been depressed all year, still growing 70%. Broadcom, this thing was at 420, fell below 300. CNN reporter, Israel is a part of the 2-week ceasefire Trump agreed to just an hour and a half before his deadline, a senior White House official says. Let's see if we have any coverage on this. Okay, so CNN confirming Israel is a part of this ceasefire, which means these missiles going back and forth would not be the best at the moment seeing it. Okay. Let's see if we can get some of this coverage here. We're going to play Fox and CNN, okay? Before people go crazy. Just give me a couple minutes. We will play both sides.
To where we are here? Look, it may have worked. Number one, we don't know who is running Iran. We don't know what they read. We don't know what the Farsi translation is. But anyone in the United States who read the civilization to be destroyed as the whole people of Iran is acting in bad faith, because he said explicitly, we're bringing to an end the 47-year regime, that's the IRGC, and God bless the people of Iran. So people can act in bad faith. The president didn't. He was threatening the regime. They got the message. They begged for the ceasefire.
Is there a concern, Dasha, inside the circle that giving them a ceasefire for however long, to Mark's point earlier, gives them a lifeline? I think General Keane said something similar earlier today. And how loud is that voice inside the administration?
I mean, that's the challenge of this position for the president. You know, if he were to go full force tonight, there were serious consequences and serious risks involved. There are consequences and risks to this as well. It is now a bit of a high wire act for these next 2 weeks that he has laid out, because it is all going to depend on how this ends up. Either it's art of the deal and he wins something for the United States that is historic and unprecedented and he takes a massive victory lap, or he winds up with something where people can say, well, why did we do all of this just to get back to some sort of status quo?
Sending one final message here. It is important to note, of course, that we have not yet heard from the Iranians as to whether or not they have agreed to the terms of this ceasefire, whether they will hold up their end of the bargain, which is indeed to ensure that the Strait of Hormuz is completely and immediately reopened in order to allow for a ceasefire over the course of the next 2 weeks. And then, of course, as you were just asking, we have also not yet heard from the Israeli side as to whether or not they will cease fire for the coming weeks, if indeed a ceasefire does go into effect. But all signs are trending in that direction. I don't think we'd be seeing this kind of a tweet from the president unless it was clear that there was at least, the contours of an agreement here that to be fully announced.
Yeah, the president called this a double-sided ceasefire, not a triple-sided ceasefire. It doesn't mention anything about Israel. Kristen, just to go back to the point I was making, the president claims we received a 10-point proposal from Iran, and we believe it's a workable basis on which to negotiate. We do not know what's in those 10 points, and we do not know if there actually is anything new in these 10 points or if it's just President Trump wanting to end this war, at least in the short term.
We don't, but Jake, I do want to tell you, we have a bit of breaking news here. A senior White House official telling our Elena Trine that Israel is part of this ceasefire, that they have agreed to suspend its bombing campaign while these negotiations continue. Now, of course, we don't know where that ends. We don't know if that's for 2 weeks. It's not specific, but Israel is part of this starting point, which is this ceasefire. So all three sides are participating. At least that is according to a senior White House official. Now, back to what your point is about the 10-point plan. I mean, we've been hearing about a 10-point plan from Iran for weeks now. The idea was that the United States presented a 15-point plan, that several of the points on that plan, Iranian officials were saying were unrealistic. They were impossible to meet. And they came back with their own plan. We are still at a loss as to what exactly was in that plan. What are the actual points? What exactly is the U.S. now saying that they are willing to work with? President Trump had gone back and forth on the idea of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Clearly, he has focused on that as a top priority after last week saying he didn't need to reopen the strait as part of a deal to end the war in Iran. So whatever it is, Iran is likely to have said long term, the free and fair passage through the Strait of Hormuz, because that is something.
So this is the question. Is Iran legit going to open up the strait for the next 2 weeks? I mean, there's no way they're not, right? Like they S&P, oh my, 671. Oh, she's moving. She's moving. There has to be an understanding by the markets, oil tanking, that Iran is absolutely going to open up this strait for the next 2 weeks. Oil right now, crude. Folks, we are at 98 a barrel. 11% down on the day on crude. That is the type of move we're looking for. That is the type of downside action we are looking for on crude. Let's hope it stays at 98. But there it is. Reports in Iran, quote, a 2-week ceasefire between Iran and the American Zionist enemies has been established under special conditions. Trump has also announced this and said that his 2-week period will provide an opportunity for the final agreement to be reached and concluded. All of these state media reports from Iran aren't saying that we will open up the strait. That's the one thing they're not saying. Maybe because they don't want to say it. But like another from Iran's Tansim media agency, Trump has retreated. A ceasefire will be approved for 2 weeks. So they are agreeing to the ceasefire, and they are saying Trump has retreated, which is their way of framing it. But they're not saying that they're opening the strait, which I would just hope that implicitly they are stating, obviously, the strait will be open. SOFI, look at that. 17 after hours. Robin Hoodie, 6% up after hours. Rocket Lab, 5% up after hours. Broadcom moving. Bitcoin, 71.2. SMCI, everything's running. Every air test system's flat. Applied Digital, that's up 7%. Everything else, Adobe, Casey's, Clover, the Dow, Grabs up 3%. MicroStrategy up 5%. IREN's up 7%. OSS up 7%, back in the $8 range. Coherence up 4%. Lumentum's up 4%. The Qs are up 2%. Yes, we are gain maxing right now. Yes, what was holding SoFi back was oil. That was the issue with SoFi. I mean, this is how algorithmic this market is. Oil, I mean, look, you can make the logical leap from oil inevitably affecting companies like SoFi. Obviously, we can make that leap. But realistically, no, oil shouldn't have that much of an impact. But the broader macro is, this is why I don't like that Peter Lynch quote, which is like, if you focus on the macro, it's like, dude, well, you got to focus on like, this is not 1990 anymore. You have to focus on a lot of things going on. You don't have to obsess over it. But a lot of these things do have an impact, and they're intercorrelated. And as a result, they've let stocks be depressed over the past couple of weeks. And maybe we're seeing the first signs of that not continuing. 671.30 after hours. Israeli Channel 12. Israel does not like this plan, to say the least, but Trump calls the shots. Wow. That means they are going to hold back from the attacks at this point, right? They have to. If Trump calls the shots. AMD 228, baby. That's up 3. Marvell just broke all-time highs. This one's had an amazing run with the NVIDIA $2 billion investment. 113.70. Does it hold? Okay, 60-40 on the are we back. Let me ask a different question now. Do we hold these gains until tomorrow? Let's call it until tomorrow's close. So you think we're still going to be holding 670 on the S&P by the end of tomorrow? Marvell 113.80 after hours. Hoodie 6%. My goodness. NVIDIA 2.29. NVIDIA 182. I mean, if we want to see some real action, NVIDIA's got to get to 190. Robinhood's got to get back to 85. Like, we got to see some. Look at Rocket Lab, 2 cents away from 70. Rocket Lab 69.99. I mean, it's nice to see. It is nice to freaking see. Yeah, we'll have to get Jason back on to do Technical Tuesday again. But see, this is the thing. This is, even he mentioned it. The technicals don't matter that much when one tweet can change everything. And there you go. After hours, one tweet changed everything. 74 on Hoodie. Iran has accepted the 2-week ceasefire as per Reuters. The ceasefire was approved by the new supreme leader. Wow. The Ayatollah came out and said, we can have a ceasefire, even though no one has seen this guy for like a month. But the fact that he's saying it is encouraging. Robinhood 74 after hours, NVIDIA 182.40. Nebius moving everything. SoFi, ASTS, Bitcoin 71.5. Well, this is a great time to say, if this ceasefire lasts, you can celebrate with everybody in Chicago. So there you go. Maybe Chicago will be a party for this meetup instead of Dude, I really thought the vibes in LA would be worse. The vibes in LA were amazing, but we just got through that Friday where we fell badly. And then Monday ended up being even worse, which so far has been the bottom. But maybe by May 9th, Chicago, right before Mother's Day, we're looking closer to 685 on the S&P, which is not that far away now. It's really not that far away. Wow, Rocket Lab 70.3. I just made my mom $1,791. I'm a great son. I'm a great son. I am like $1,800. I'm a phenomenal son, dude. Like, I'm going to take a picture, show you guys. Look at that. That's in an hour, bro. That's like, come on. Like, now the question is, do we sell it? Look, my dad's calling me right now. My dad's probably freaking out. Look at this. There you go. That's the phone call. My dad's gonna be like, why is everything going up? I'll text him. I'll call him in a second. Triple V just texted me, typical taco. There you go. There you go. I'll call you in a minute. Dude, every time something crazy good happens or bad happens, my dad immediately calls me. Like, I think he doesn't realize I stream all day. Like, he will call me randomly when I'm streaming. And then I'll call him after and he'd be like, why did the market go down? Like, that's his number one question. Today it's probably, why is the market going up? Rocket Lab 70.5. Dude, I can't pick up. He's like, he gets a little nervous in front of people. So he's not, he doesn't love the public eye. Him and my sister, they're both the same. My sister, she doesn't love being public. My dad doesn't love it. My mom likes it, but you know, not as much. So if I told him he was live in front of a bunch of people, he would like freak out. Robinhood up 6%, AMD up 3%, Marvell up 3%, then Rocket Lab up 6%. Wow. We are making a move, folks. Crude 96. Oh my goodness, this is happening. It's hard for this to be that fake if oil's actually coming down. Crude at 90 freaking 6. Let's get a little bit more coverage on this. But maybe this is it, guys. Maybe this is it.
President Trump just 2 days ago or just yesterday said was a top priority.
Kristen, Jeremy, Matthew, Alex, thanks to all of you for your insights. Let's talk about this now with our panel in studio. We have, in addition,
so is really the most pressing challenge that Trump seems to finally have realized does impact the United States in terms of the global energy markets. The price of oil continuing to increase, but also really on a shot clock of sorts. We've heard from shipping industry executives who have said, look, if this remain closed for a few more weeks now, you could see prices increase to a crisis point. But there's also this reality that you can't just snap your fingers and say, okay, the Strait of Hormuz is now reopened, and reassure the shipping industry that they can now sail their tankers through that.
But see, that might happen in 2 weeks. And this is what I'm talking about in terms of how the media is going to cover this. If in the next 2 weeks, let's just optimistically take the side that everything goes well in negotiations and then the Strait reopens and then boom, it's open. It is what it is. It's open. There's no more hostility near the Strait. I don't see how the market is upset about that. Now, granted, there's a shot that doesn't happen and the 2 weeks of negotiations don't work out. But if it does, I mean, we finally at least get to focus on shit that matters on this channel. And I wonder how the political channels are going to be able to frame what's happening. Iran's Supreme National Security Council, they just said the United States has been forced to accept Iran's 10-point proposal, which includes a fundamental commitment to non-aggression, continued Iran control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of uranium enrichment. I don't know if the U.S. is going to agree to that, but that's what they're saying they agree to. Lifting all primary and secondary sanctions. I definitely don't know if the U.S. is going to agree to that. But again, this is how Iran is framing it. Termination of all UN Security Council and Board of Governor resolutions, compensation to Iran, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region, and cessation of war on all fronts, including against the Islamic resistance in Lebanon. Obviously, the U.S. is not going to agree to all of that, but if it's at least a starting point, as Trump said, to negotiate, then maybe there is some chance for this to move forward. Crude is 94. It's down 15%. Iran says negotiations with the U.S. will be held in Islamabad to finalize details. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think exactly all the proposals Iran asked for will be agreed to. There's no way in hell. But the U.S. is also not going to get them to give up control over the Strait of Hormuz, right? That's not going to happen either. So both sides will hopefully come to some level of negotiations that maybe make this a bit more decent. Wow, 94 on oil. We're seeing this stuff really come down. Obviously, the Iranians are saying they defeated the U.S. That's how they're going to frame this message. If there was no ceasefire, it would have looked bad on the USA on a humanitarian ground, and there was a humanitarian chain formed. I feel the world would be taken for a surprise. I mean, you did have people, whether or not they were paid, that got on that bridge today. And Trump was like, that's illegal. They can't do that. But nonetheless, you know, that's what did happen today. And I don't think Trump wants to bomb a bridge with a bunch of people on it. Meta, are we about to break 600? Meta 596. Palantir is up 4%. Iran says talks will begin Friday, April 10th, and may be extended if both sides agree. Dude, if nothing goes well in these talks, yeah, we're going back down. But I mean, I think both sides are tired of this shit, and they probably want there to be some conclusion. I know all of us are tired of this. The question is, you know, will we actually get a conclusion here?
Leader in. If he gets some good economic news and he could marshal these 10 other positive events, then will people want to keep moving forward with him and his leadership? That's really his opportunity here. That's what he has to do to be successful.
I mean, the volume and velocity with which Donald J. Trump operates defies all kinds of political
Trust
gravity.
us.
Yes,
We
and
know.
he, for sure. And he is also benefited by his opponents. They really bring nothing except criticism and negativity and naysaying. Where's their plan? Why did they look the other way? You know, Hugh said 47 years, this, that, and the other. I'll add one to the list. For 47 years, we had presidents from both parties look the other way on everything Iran has been doing. I also
would happen, be able to have a military engagement that happened quickly. He wanted it to happen quickly. But the reality is that this is going to be a much longer term engagement. And some of the conditions that are really needed to have a military engagement like this be successful: public support on Capitol Hill, public support from political constituencies, public support from our Gulf allies. Those can't really be managed against hourly deadlines and 2-week increments. And so I think that's the challenge right now for the president, is how do you build some of that support back up over the long term, because a military engagement like this is not going to be operating in short-term timelines.
Sochi, I want to come.
It might be happening, guys. It might be happening. We are seeing some red candles here, but again, we had a pretty big move. Obviously, we're going to give a little bit of that back. There's no way I expect Rocket Lab to just blast off to 75 or something. In fact, it wouldn't even be healthy for NVIDIA to blast off to 195. Like, it would be a massive face ripper that, unless I mean, this is not an end of war. This is a ceasefire. So now, I'm not saying the end of war isn't going to be priced in sooner than when it's announced, but it might not be healthy for it to be just a massive spike up. So I think it's okay if we see a little bit of retracement and keep it a bit more normal. But we're still seeing 2% after hours on the S&P. That's a big move. You don't easily get 2%. 672. We're up $14 after hours. That's what, another $1 trillion added into the S&P? 850 billion. Amit, what's the likelihood that the Iranian regime privately invested in SpaceX and really wants this IPO to go well to dump their shares? You know, I'm not sure if Elon let the IRGC on the cap table for SpaceX, but it definitely would explain the timing of this ceasefire, because they probably want to get out of it. Can we go back to only talking about the market and stocks tomorrow, Amit? I don't think we're fully there yet. We are closer, though, because obviously the market is still going to be incredibly dictated by if we get the ceasefire or not. But I do think, let me know if people agree with this or not. I do think maybe, and the short oil ETF going crazy after hours up 10%, SCO, which retail bought a lot of this shit. Retail put $1 billion into this in the month of March. I do think the conflicting headlines minute by minute are over. I think that's done, at least for the foreseeable future. Because if there's a ceasefire, there shouldn't be crazy headlines back and forth. But probably 1 or 2 headlines a day instead of 12,000 a day is going to happen. And then we can actually move on to just talking about stocks. Oh, is that it? Iranian statement. The plan we presented included the organized crossing through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with the Iranian armed forces. Is that the statement that we're looking for? We're looking for the Iranians admitting that they agreed to opening the strait for 2 weeks. I think that might be the quote that we were looking for. The plan we presented included the organized crossing through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with the Iranian armed forces. Which Iranian armed forces? That's a great question. I don't know. But if that's what we're looking for, which at this point it seems inevitable that they agree to this, the way the futures are pumping. Yeah, this should be NVIDIA 182. This should be a dual-sided ceasefire. I don't think they're going to be charging the tolls here. If they're opening up the strait, they're not opening up with conditions for tolls. I also think the U.S. is going to negotiate them to not. I think the U.S. is going to say, we will lift XYZ sanctions. You guys keep the strait open and then give us some level of a promise you're not going to develop a nuke. I think that's how the negotiations are going to play out. Iran's going to say, cool, we'll keep the strait open. Cool, open up the sanctions, which will be way more than the $2 million per ship that they would collect. And then 3, they'll probably say, we will publicly denounce our uranium enrichment program, yada, yada. And they're probably secretly going to still build it. But at this point, you know, they're going to definitely try to keep it a secret more than they did over the past month, because I guess they made it so obvious that that's what started also more and more of a conflict, at least from how the U.S. has interpreted their nuclear weapons program. I don't think the U.S. is going to get them to completely get rid of their nukes. I mean, I think Trump's going to really try. I just don't know if you're going to actually get them to agree. Because they also know that eventually Trump will be voted out of office. There will be a new president. Like the Iranians are not going to agree to something that they know when they have a new administration they might be able to get away with. Or they might agree to it and then they might just violate the agreement 2 years later. So at this point, a lot of this will be symbolic from both sides. But the question is, will the markets be able to move on from this? 182 on NVIDIA. Spencer, thank you for the gifted memberships. 10 of you guys just got gifted memberships to the channel. And maybe we are going to see a deeper end to this conflict, at least in a ceasefire. Brent almost below 90. Dude, if crude gets below 90, crude's at 95. We were at 94. If we can get that thing to below 90, we might actually not have those crazy. Where's the rate cut probabilities? The inflation concerns might not be that best. Rate cut probabilities going into June, still pretty. Yeah. I mean, December, there's a little bit more of a chance, but it's still pretty much priced out. Still pretty much not fully helping. AMD, that one's still running, 228. Iran says safe passage via Hormuz possible for 2 weeks. There it is. There it is. We got it. There it is. Iran says safe passage via Hormuz possible for 2 weeks. That is there. Look at crude. It just dropped a full $1, 95.50 to 94.60. There it is. That's what we were looking for. Okay. Maybe we're getting closer. Maybe. I just texted my mom a screenshot of her Rocket Lab. She said, thanks. I'm going to sleep now. Thanks, Mom. Appreciate it. Thanks. I'm going, dude, she sleeps so early. I wish I could sleep at 7. If I could sleep at 7 o'clock every day, oh my goodness, I would be unstoppable. 7 p.m., I'm going to bed. Dude, I'd be up at 3 a.m. ready to conquer the world. Meta right there up 4%. Rocket Lab up 6, back to 70. Source looks like Bloomberg on that. Iran says, no, it's not Bloomberg. It's the Supreme National Security Council. Yeah, there it is. Hold on, let me pull this up. It is straight from the source. The Supreme National Security Council. This is their statement right here. S&P, by the way, where are we at? We are at 673. Moving higher, the highest we've seen in the overnight sessions, likely on this momentum. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, the Prime Minister of Pakistan and the Field Marshal Munir, for their tireless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the brotherly request of the Prime Minister in his tweet, and considering the request by the U.S. for negotiations based on his 15-point proposal, as well as an announcement by POTUS about an acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations for a period of 2 weeks. Safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Oil should be decimated right here, and it is down 16%, 94.70 would not surprise me if we gap down back to 90. I don't think we get back to like 80 yet, or 85, but there it is. There it is. Crude just touched 93, did it? Oh, you're right. It did just touch 93. Wow. Oh my. This is if you were long oil coming into the after hours, no bueno. No freaking bueno. Not with this tweet. VG's down 9%. Next decade down 8% here. AMD 229. What about regime change? Will the Shah take power? This is what the people have been asking for. At this point, I don't think, my personal opinion, I do not think in the next 2 weeks, Trump is going to be able to get them to agree to a full-on regime change and kick the Ayatollah out. I don't think that's happening. I would be very surprised and happy for the Iranian people if that's happening. I do not think that's taken. I think they've got a little bit of leverage to work with, and it's going to probably dictate around the sanctions. I don't think you're going to see a massive regime change and an end to the dictatorship in Iran. If somehow Trump pulls that off, I mean, okay. But I don't think that's happening. But at this point, I don't know how many people are going to care for it happening. Even Trump said over the past couple of days that he never promised regime change. So he was kind of reframing the whole narrative around regime change. And as a result, he might be ready to put an end to this, even if it doesn't accomplish all the objectives that he talked about. Davis says, my mom just said you have a nice voice, Mitt. Davis, why can't you ever give me compliments like your mom does? Although my voice has changed. If you were there on the Market Open, I played a video from me from 4 years ago doing one of the first 10 episodes of the Market Open. And my goodness, I did not think my voice from 24 to 28 would be that different. But it is much different. Will you be buying now? That is a great question. And I think my answer is much closer to yes than it was a few weeks ago. obviously based on this update. I mean, look, I think let's make it more general. And I'll obviously let people know if I start. But again, I did buy some Rocket Lab for myself and my mom and my sister. It was more of a space play, but obviously Rocket Lab super high beta. So, if it's going to make a move, it's going to make a move. And obviously it's making a move right now with all this coming down. But in terms of really deploying capital, I feel like if you believe these 2 weeks are going to go well, the answer is yes, right? Like, it's not like stocks are extremely expensive, and I'm being selective when I say stocks. I don't think Meta at 598 is expensive. Now Meta at 520 was dirt cheap, but then again, it came with a lot of risk if you assumed it was going to go back to 450. But Meta at 599 is down from 750. That you're getting Meta after Q4 earnings. I don't think SoFi at 17 is that expensive when it was at 27 in January. I definitely don't think NVIDIA at 182 is expensive after we saw their earnings. So like there's a lot of names where I don't think Amazon's expensive. I mean, Microsoft's definitely not expensive. Microsoft up 2.3% after hours. Yeah, I don't think it's crazy. Like this has got to be the signal, right? If you're sitting on some real heavy dry powder, either this is the signal or you still fade it because you don't trust it. And I have zero critique for those that fade it because the market's volatile and maybe Trump says something stupid and the negotiations don't go well and this all comes to shit. But just based on the updates we're seeing now, it feels like both sides want to get to a deal. Oil 92, baby. 90, Bitcoin 72. I mean, again, this looks like the signal, guys. Yeah, you're not going to get the absolute lows on Monday last week, which is fine. That's okay because you get a lot more security now. You're not buying the S&P at 7,000. You get to buy it at 674. Yes, it's not at 630, but at the end of the day, the risk profile on buying at 674 versus 630 is $40, but that $40 gives you a hell of a lot more peace of mind. And I think that's okay. Question is, do we hold it? Question is, do we hold it? And I think tomorrow's price action is going to be really freaking important to see if you hold it. XLE is getting hit. Yeah, I mean, it should be. Energy's had a run, dude. No one tell me that they're upset about energy. Unless you went long energy in the past week, which my question would be, why would you go long energy after it's up 40% year to date? Like at some point, it's like going long Micron at 470. It might get back there. Micron's a lot different than energy. Energy's more macro. Micron's more based on tech. But like, maybe you don't have to buy after the thing rallies 300%. So I don't think anyone can be too upset about VG and Next and Chevron. I mean, Chevron's still at all-time highs. It's up 40% this year. Like, these stocks going down should not be crazy to see. SoFi right there up 7%. Even Micron 407 after hours. That's making a move. NVIDIA 183 after hours. Rocket Lab over 70. South Korea says North Korea fired a projectile. We are almost done with this nonsense between Iran and the United States. We are not getting involved in this North Korea stuff. Rocket Man can go sit down. I know he's sad. He hasn't gotten any attention. And he's the lonely dictator who actually has a nuclear weapon, but he knows he can never use it because if he does, he will be obliterated off the face of the planet. I know he's been upset that all the media has been going to the Ayatollah and Israel and the US, but Rocket Man is not getting an ounce of our freaking coverage, dude. So North Korea can fire as many missiles as they want, which they've been doing for the past 10 years. But we're not freaking going to take North Korea seriously. North Korea doesn't control 20% of the world's oil supply, okay? Tesla 360, look at that. It was at 335 this morning. 335 to 360. 335 to 360. Yeah, there's 45. Dude, I actually know so much about North Korea. Like, I'm not going to get into it, but I have watched about 15 documentaries on North Korea. So don't ask me why. There's something about the story of North Korea and South Korea. I've been talking about this for 2 years on the channel. That is deeply, deeply, I don't know what's the right word. Not excited me, but like intrigued me. There's something about the Kim family. Like I know a lot about the demilitarized zone. I mean, I know a lot about the history of it. But which means I also, based on my research, know that North Korea, there's no way in hell they have the economic superiority or stability to actually launch a nuke. They will keep testing it, but they can't launch it. They will be blown off the face of it. It's just the same thing with Iran. Even if they got a nuke, they can't actually launch it. Now, the problem is Iran controls a lot of oil, so that gives them more leverage. North Korea doesn't control shit. The only thing North Korea controls is their people. And a lot of people still think it's like 1995 in the region. I mean, North Korea is very serious about the crackdown on it. 675 right here on the S&P. Yes, I know her story very well, Yomi Park. She was one of the people that escaped North Korea a while ago. North Korea, it's very hard to escape from North Korea. It is not easy. It is, they've gotten really good on the crackdowns. But if you do escape, you usually have to go through China, then Thailand to even get to South Korea, because you can't go directly across the border to South Korea. But North Korea better not get involved in this shit. We've had enough of this geopolitical stuff. 91.99 on crude. Oil's going down. Wow, 675, baby. I started my niece's custodial account this morning, up 5% on day one. Well, if you get the bottom, you look like a genius. Yes, I know about the Dennis Rodman history with North Korea. I don't like that Dennis Rodman is so buddy-buddy with Kim Jong-un. I know his perspective is that, well, the guy likes basketball and, he's a fan. And I'm like, dude, the guy's not a good guy. Like, it's like the idea that you're just like going to chill with a dictator in a region where, people are forced to cry as soon as the dictator walks past them in order to prove their allegiance. But then again, Dennis Rodman has always been a bit weird. 674 S&P moving up. What else is really, really pumping? NVIDIA 3% pump, Rocket Lab pump, Broadcom 4%, Reddit 5%, Zeta 7%, Chevron down 5%. Again, that's normal. Palantir up 4%, ASTS up 7%, HIMS up 5%, Adobe up 2%. Grab after hours up 3%. SPY up 2.3%, AMD up 3%. Look, here's the playbook. If we can hold some of these levels tomorrow, I don't think it's crazy to buy. I don't think it's crazy to unleash some dry powder. Now, maybe we go down after tomorrow. Like at some point, you can't literally time everything, right? But if people were waiting for confirmation of a reversal, we don't have that confirmation. It's only been 2 hours. But by the end of tomorrow, if we hold on to these levels at least, and I don't know if we go beyond these levels because 2.3% of the S&P is a hell of a move. The fact that the idea that we would go to like 3.5%, 4%, that would be unprecedented. But if it happens, it happens, and maybe you buy into the strength. But if we at least hold these levels, yeah, I don't think it's crazy here. That is also correct. A lot of these stocks, they don't have a lot of resistance over some key levels. You have 15% short on ASTS. You have freaking 40% short on HIMS. HIMS is up 5%. Now, yes, we want inflation data. However, I wonder how much the market's going to price it in. Inflation is going to be ugly. But if oil's at 90 and we're falling even lower than that, this is going to be maybe a 1 month spike on CPI and PCE. Now, maybe it's a 2 month spike, but it's definitely not a 7 to 8 month spike, right? It might end up being like the tariff situation. The whole premise of being scared of inflation was the idea that the war would last indefinitely, which means oil would stay up indefinitely. Crude's at 93. If we get back down to 80, inflation will still be there. It just won't be as aggressive. And then the question becomes, okay, do I fade NVIDIA that's growing 80% because inflation is up 2 months in a row, even though I know it's coming down because the war has ended? No, I think the market buys NVIDIA at that point. And if you keep getting all these metrics from Anthropic with 30 billion in ARR, and then the SpaceX IPO starts looking a lot more juicy, which could create a bit of a liquidity event, which might end up, not necessarily being super fundamentally based. Maybe it's more euphoric. But the point is, there will be money to be made at that time versus being on the sidelines. And then you have $8 trillion on the sidelines that's waiting, that's probably been waiting for an end to this war. I really wonder tomorrow or Thursday, we get the money market updates. I mean, we have 2 days until Thursday. How much money ends up leaving and says, okay, this is my signal, I'm buying. Maybe we get a move. Are you deciding based on price action? Just wondering, would you feel the same if the market didn't move at all? It's a fair question. I mean, like, obviously, at this point of analyzing the equity markets in the context of everything that has happened, price action is intrinsically attached to these headlines, whether we like it or not. Do I think Meta's price should be based on the Iranian war? No, but it is what it is. So if the war has come to a ceasefire, which for those that are joining, that's the headline, for 2 weeks, in which the strait is open, the US and Israel aren't bombing, and there is some level of a path to a full-on peace deal, it's hard to imagine the equity market's not reacting to that. Now, if we were stuck at 650 and we had a ceasefire, I mean, I think people would still be pretty excited. Obviously, it's hard to see that happen because every single move in the market is dictated via these headlines, and that intrinsically, at least for the past couple of weeks, has affected price action. Really, the past couple of years with Trump being president, but definitely over the past couple of months. So if the war ended and we were at 650, I mean, yeah, that would be a great signal. It'd be like, okay, no more war. It's just, you have to acknowledge you're not going to get that bottom. You're going to have to buy higher because the market is always going to react before you, but at least you're going to get some more peace of mind, which is, to an extent, how I've decided to play this. And that's why I'm more excited to buy if this holds up. Now, if we lose all of this price action, so this is the paranoid nature of the markets. If let's say we lose 2% tomorrow, but nothing changes, there is zero headline to the contrary levels of support that we've received today from both Iran, Israel, and the US acknowledging the ceasefire, that would be a gift. But it would also be a very paranoid gift because everyone would be wondering, wait a second, why are we going back down? If everything's okay, why are we going back down? Because we're so used to, we're like hamsters on a wheel. We're so used to the price action dictating everything, even if that's not necessarily healthy. So if Palantir wants to drop to 130 tomorrow and we got a ceasefire, I mean, that would be very attractive to me. But I would also really question why that would happen, given price action is the basis for all this movement. Julian says, you know what's weird? That we just had a strike in Dubai as of this minute. Very odd. We also had the strike reported in Israel from Iran about 20 minutes into the headline for the ceasefire. So I think some of these missiles might have been ready to go off regardless of the ceasefire, but hopefully starting tomorrow, you're not going to see any more missiles go back and forth from any of the proxies. But obviously, time will tell to see if that actually follows through. And I guess we're going to have to see. Oil now 94. 94, 93, 99, down 17% right here on the day. Yeah, I'm seeing the headline right now. Missile has been launched from the Houthis. Israel Channel 12 missile is, okay, but the Houthis aren't necessarily involved in the ceasefire. I know people try to put them with Iran together, but we got to wait for some real confirmation on this. And we got to see if that's actually true. Look, if Iran violates the ceasefire, they're going to get the shit bombed out of them as well. I mean, again, we just showed the statement from the Islamic Republic. Like, they are agreeing to stop. If they don't follow through that agreement, then yes, I mean, it's just like, so it's up to them now. If the U.S. is agreeing, Israel's agreeing, they've got to follow through. So I would hope, they're not attacking Europe. What have we gained from this? That is a great question. You can put in the chat what you think we've gained from this. I think any answer is going to be intrinsically political, so I will stay away from answering that question because no matter how I answer it, it will be seen as political. And that's the art of keeping your mouth shut. But I think a lot of people can make their own conclusion. I don't know what we got from this. All I know is that we got a dip. That's what we got. And hopefully we get a reversal. But look, you're going to have some people saying we got nothing. You're going to have other people saying the U.S. flexed their muscles and got Iran to potentially give up their nukes. I mean, it all goes down to the politics of how this war is framed. And the Republicans are going to have to do a hell of a job framing the content of what was achieved from this war, because if not, the midterms are going to be very interesting. The Democrats are also going to have to figure out, if the markets have a crazy rally over the coming months, what we got from this, or what was the point of this, or the talking points of the strait is closed, oil prices are up, inflation's up. That might not stick in October if this is news from April. So both sides are going to have to come to some capacity to explain exactly how this is playing out, and then the American people will ultimately decide if we've meaningfully gained anything from this. But it looks like so far we have this ceasefire. Let's get a little more coverage here, and then we'll keep going.
UAE air defense is currently dealing with missile drone attacks coming from Iran, even as we hear more details about this. On the one hand, there's sort of some flexibility. Iran saying that they've allocated 2 weeks for peace negotiations, but that period of talks can be extended by mutual agreement. But Paul, when it comes to the reopen of Hormuz, this is interesting, that full statement from the foreign minister saying that reopening, the safe passage, would be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces due consideration of technical limitations. It sounds like they are giving themselves a bit of wiggle room in terms of how well these talks go. Therefore will be kind of the point as to whether vessels will be able to get through.
Also, information out of Iran has been patchy at best, difficult at worst, and one can imagine that after such a sustained bombing campaign that perhaps communications within the country is not all that it could be. So that could be potentially the reason for that disclaimer in the statement from Iran.
So we got a quote to Axios, senior U.S. official. The ceasefire will begin this evening, but we assess that it will take time for the others to reach field level units in the Revolutionary Guards, basically saying there might be some back and forth missiles or drones happening, but basically the U.S. is saying give it a day and it should be back to normal, at least for the next 2 weeks. Okay. That's what you got. As an Indian with Pakistani friends, I saw both countries' media state they won, and a whole narrative was created totally differently in both countries, so I kind of know what will come up. Yeah, I mean, look, Iran, India, Israel, Lebanon, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the US, they all have their different media entities, and they will be framing the war in different ways. That is going to be up to the people of those countries to figure out how they interpret this string of events. For markets, what we needed was confirmation this is ending and some level of price action to the downside on assets that needed to come down in order for equities to go up, because a lot of us here are investing in equities. The main asset is oil. Oil is down 17% today. That was the reversal. Will it hold is the next question. And then if that's the case, then we might be able to move past this. Gold's up 3%. Silver is also up 5%. Gold almost back to 5,000. Silver back to 77. Now, again, the other question is, how much of a pump do we really get, right? Like NVIDIA's at 182.90. Does it kind of stop around that 185 range, or does this keep going? Like, my gut tells me no, it's not going to make a move to 200. I don't think we're at that level yet. Now, going into earnings with a potential full end to the war and a ceasefire, maybe there's a better shot for that to happen. But I don't know if we can fully trust it's going to be a V-shaped straight to the moon. But the idea that we go back to the Monday lows, I don't think happens, which is why maybe you take a shot and you buy here if you've been waiting to buy, which I think a lot of people have. Now, if we go straight to 200, then all right, we're back in full-on bull market mode. Because I think a lot of us feel NVIDIA probably should be closer to 220, Amazon should be closer to 250, Microsoft should not be freaking $381, Micron after those earnings probably back to 450, or at least the 420, 430 range. SPY, I don't think it has to go to 7,000, but definitely doesn't need to stay stuck in the 650s. Meta easily should be closer to 700. I mean, you should see a lot of momentum here, even if they don't go back to their overall highs. The 2-week ceasefire announced will also include Lebanon. Okay, so Israel, Lebanon, the U.S., and Iran. A mint negotiated the ceasefire. Exactly. Those market closes that I missed last week, I was, I look like one of them. I grew out the beard. Last week I didn't have my haircut. Last week you guys saw my beard was getting kind of rough. I needed to continue growing it out. Went over to the region, told them you guys are screwing with my port, and got the job done. I'm one of them at the end of the day. Well, that's how it was done. That's how it was done. And it was the secret weapon in negotiations, exactly. I'm actually not that bad at negotiating. I've negotiated a few deals in my life. Nothing absolutely crazy or anything, right? But I've been in some intense negotiations. And it's fun, dude. It's a game. Like, it's like the art of negotiating has always been fun to me. I took a class on it in college. I just took it as an elective. I didn't know I would like the class so much. And then, I've been an entrepreneur for the past 10 years. And so you've had to close deals, even if it's like a $5,000 contract, right? Being able to close it effectively, knowing how to get everything signed, like, you got to be able to close. And it is fun going through, because it's your side versus their side. You're trying to get something, they're trying to get something, and you're trying to make sure both sides walk away happy. You have the BATNA, which is the best available BATNA. What does it stand for in negotiations? Best alternative to a negotiated agreement. That's like the academic term for it. And so I went up to the Iranians and, I gave them my BATNA, and this is what I had to do. On a Taco Tuesday, dude. On a freaking Taco Tuesday. Admit your only negotiation was in a car. Okay, so when I bought my first Honda Civic, my dad negotiated that, not me, because I didn't know how to negotiate at that time. And I told you guys the story, right? My dad negotiated from $24,000 to $21,000, okay, on a Honda Civic. And then I crashed the Civic 2 weeks later, and it cost me $2,000 to repair it. So whatever we negotiated, I just ended up paying out of pocket to repair the damn car. It was so embarrassing. It's like, we actually got a really good deal, and then I crashed it and had to pay $2,000 out of pocket. And then with Tesla, you can't negotiate with Tesla. I mean, they were giving me 0% APR. There's like nothing to negotiate there. But no, it is, negotiating is, it is a process, and it's a game of sales at the end of the day, a game of closing. And, if you like the art of communication and the process of it is more fun than not. I'm curious how Breaking Points is going to cover this tomorrow. Breaking Points is one of the largest independent media outlets, and I love Breaking Points, but I will say, Sagar and Crystal, they really don't like Trump, and they really don't like neoconservatives, and they by the way, they hate AI. They think the whole AI thing is a bubble. They think the whole data center thing is crazy. And I've seen some of their takes, and this is what I mean by the media having to capitulate here, because I'm curious what they're going to say tomorrow. I'm curious if they're going to believe any of this is real. I'm curious if they're going to give any credit to any sides. And they're a microcosm of the broader media industrial complex that either hates the war or loves the war, like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, given the Israeli ties, he really wants the U.S. to go gung-ho against Iran. I wonder if he's going to be okay with this. I imagine he's not, because he has his own agenda. So I will be curious to see how the broader media landscape reacts to this and what the public opinion kind of concludes to on what happens in this war. Especially if markets continue to run. Trump just tweeted the official statement of Iran. It's the same thing we just read. Trump just tweeted it. It's the same thing we just read. Everyone will say Iran has won. Again, Whether you think Iran won or the US won, all I care about is did my portfolio win? Because that is the only objective thing I can care about. And as of now, after hours, no matter who feels the war has been won by, the decline in oil and the upside in the S&P means portfolios are winning, which at least for investors is what people really care about. This is crazy, right? This is, dude, talk about 2 months of craziness. I remember where I was when the first freaking Trump video came out, where he said, where he was telling the Iranian people that we will liberate you. And like, it was March 4th at 12 a.m. I remember seeing that shit. And I was like, what is going on, dude? Like, are we really doing this? And then he did it for the past month and a half. And now the question is, have we come to any conclusion? VIX is down 7% after hours. What are the 10 points from Iran that we agreed to? So first of all, we did not agree to any of the 10 points, which includes sanctions relief, a full end to the war, etc. Trump said, quote, the 10 points are a workable proposal on which to negotiate. So we did not agree to anything. They did not agree. The only thing that has been agreed to is the U.S. and Israel will stop attacking and the Strait of Hormuz will be open for 2 weeks. Also, that $2 million, tax per ship, it looks like that's not going to be included in these 2 weeks. Maybe it's included after the 2 weeks, but as of now, it's not included, which is good for the next 2 weeks. But we're going to need a lot more negotiations to see how this plays out. I also wonder who's going to be negotiating for the U.S. because they can't put Kushner in there. They don't like Kushner. They can't put Witkoff. They think Witkoff's not smart. I don't know if Vance is the guy. I feel like Rubio's their best bet. They can't put Lutnick in there. They can't put Navarro. If they put Navarro in there, we're going into World War III. Okay. Bessent's just too nice of a. Now Bessent will fuck you up. Bessent might punch somebody, but they might want to hold off on Bessent. It's gonna have to be JD. They could call me up. I would get the job done pretty easily. Like genuinely, bro, when it comes to mediating between two sides, you need someone who's logical enough to communicate this side and what happens if you overlap. And I genuinely think I could do it. I've covered this. I've covered every syllable of what has been said in this. I really think if they recruited me, I would be able to get us a deal. I would need to miss the market open and close for 2 weeks. Or maybe I could do it from Iran, but could you imagine live from the market open? Guys, just stayed up all night, had some intense conversations. Dude, everyone in the world would be watching the market open because I would have all the inside scoops on the negotiations. I feel like I could do it. Yeah, I would be streaming the negotiations, dude. It'd be great content. It'd be amazing content. They thought about sending you, but after listening to your pronunciation, they decided not to. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. These freaking, what are these words? Pakistani words, Iranian words, Egyptian words? I can't pronounce any of this shit. I can barely pronounce Indian names correctly, dude. But I think I can negotiate for this. I think I could. Didn't Bessent allegedly give Elon Musk a black eye? Yes, he did. Allegedly. Also, speaking of Elon Musk, Wall Street Journal, Elon has amended his lawsuit against OpenAI, seeking to award any damages to the company's charitable arm instead of himself. So Elon changed his lawsuit. This was a couple hours ago. We didn't talk about it. To get any of the damages awarded to the nonprofit instead of himself. How much is he seeking in damages? $150 billion. The amendment also asked that OpenAI CEO be removed from OpenAI's nonprofit board. Not that he's not the CEO anymore, but that he's removed from the nonprofit board. And OpenAI accused Musk of circulating false and wholly unfounded allegations and asked officials to investigate his behavior. Which nonprofit? The OpenAI nonprofit. There is a nonprofit, parent organization, not parent company, but parent organization that owns a stake in the profit in the B Corp. Which is a $220 billion stake. I don't think Elon's getting $150 billion. That's more than the round OpenAI just raised. Do I think he'll get a couple billion? I mean, there's a world where they settle for a couple billion, but Elon's doing this more because he hates OpenAI and he obviously wants to send a message here. But the fact that he's saying, I don't personally want the money, you can give it to the nonprofit, shows how personal it is for him. He doesn't give a shit about making a couple billion bucks. He cares about being right in the court of public opinion that OpenAI did him wrong. And so maybe that's how this ends up playing out. Imagine Lex Friedman is the negotiator. Where's Estee Ladar? Where's our beautiful Estee Ladar? Look at that, 3% up after hours. Look at that. Nice little move right there. Bitcoin 72.1. I wonder what Michael Burry has to say about all this. I wonder. Microsoft 2.4, NVIDIA 2.9, SPY 2.17. Palantir, it stayed strong throughout the entire conflict. I know it hit below 130 at one point, but that was like at the extent of the entire market getting hit. But we did not see Palantir collapsing to $70, $80. We didn't see that because at the end of the day, the defense part of their business was assumed as getting a benefit from this war. And then the high beta part of their stock gets the benefit when oil goes down and the war ends. Like, it's actually, Palantir played both sides pretty well, to be honest. And you're seeing a 3% move right here now after hours. I mean, it's not bad. Just not bad. Amit, how much are you up after hours? All right, let's put that in the chat if people want to put it up. I'm up $41,943 after hours. Put in the chat if you want to put it, how much you're up after hours. Now, again, it's after hours. Is it going to last? Who knows? But at least for now, it feels nice. Burry is pissed. Carp can fly private, even cheaper with oil prices. That's so true. Carp's private. Remember Burry got mad that Carp was flying private? Well, oil's coming down, baby. So we're going up. We're going up. 9,000, 20,000, 50,000, 87,000, 19,000. This is a much needed after hours move, dude. We have not had this in a while. It might be taken away from us tomorrow, but we have not had this in a while. 200,000 just on Micron. Goodness gracious. Congratulations. That's incredible. 220 up 5%. 10,000, 11,000. 7%. Jason said we still get a flush in April. Jason thinks eating season is when we still see some real downside, which is September, October. September, October, November. It would be 2022 2.0 in terms of that creating a bottom. But, I mean, if earnings are really good and the war, I mean, he said this last week, if earnings are really good and the war comes to an end, that eating season bottom could have already happened. Because he wasn't expecting it to happen in March, and then boom, we had a war, and then we fell basically 9% on the S&P. What was the peak to trough drawdown? So S&P, we peaked at 697, right? And then we bottomed at 631. So 697 minus 631. It was an 8.6% drawdown. 8.6%. Pakistani Prime Minister just posted on X. Let's see what he posted. Oh, this guy's so happy. This guy, this guy's like, I just brokered the biggest deal of the year. This guy's got to be feeling on top of the world. With the greatest humility, I am pleased to announce the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. I warmly welcome the sagacious gesture. That's a word of the day from 3 months ago. And extend the deepest gratitude to the leadership of both the countries and invite their delegations to Islamabad on Friday, April 10th to further negotiate. Both parties have displayed remarkable wisdom and understanding and have remained constructively engaged in furthering the cause of peace and stability. We earnestly hope that the Islamabad talks, dude, this guy is freaking naming the negotiations the Islamabad talks. He is already branding the negotiations as the Islamabad. That's crazy. We hope they succeed in achieving sustainable peace and wish to share more good news in the coming days. Dude, if I was hosting it, I would call it the cowbell talks. I would say every time one of you MFers doesn't agree to the other side's deal, I'm ringing this cowbell. And we will hear this cowbell for the next 2 weeks straight. You will be tortured with the sounds of this cowbell until you guys just agree to be adults and cooperate. That's what I would do. That's how we would use the cowbell to get some shit done. All right. I mean, it's happening. Now we got 2 weeks to see how this plays out, but it's happening. The negotiations are officially happening. The market should be up. I don't know if they're going to hold this much of a move going into tomorrow, but there's definitely a reason for them to hold this momentum. Imagine you telling them to hug it out. Basent. Shit, what's a freaking Iranian name? Basent, go hug Farzad. Farzad, go hug Basent. Farzad, if you're watching, sorry, I needed an Iranian name. I was like, what's a freaking? I don't know an Iranian. I don't know too many Iranian names. Which, yeah, I guess Farzad, Iranian, Persian, whatever. The point is, I'd make them hug, and we try to get this to play out. Pakistan's gonna drop merch with Islamabad talks. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my gosh. Well, there you go, folks. Basent has a first name. Yeah, but he's called Basent. No one calls him Scott. It's Basent. No one calls him Scott. He's always going to be Basent for us. Let's see if we have any other news coverage here. Wow, it's already 8 o'clock. Well, I stayed live till 8. That's what people were asking for. We stayed live till 8. Trying to see if we have any other coverage here. It looks like we got most of it, though. Most of what we needed to cover. Matt and Steve are streaming. Okay, perfect. So I can end, and you guys can head over to Matt and Steve, for their coverage of it. But there you go. And that's what you got. Let's look at the final polls. Let's look at these final poll results you guys have. I mean, I guess the biggest question is, will this hold now? But I mean, like, everything seems to be in the right direction for at least a chance for this to hold. 67% say, yes, we hold these gains until tomorrow. Yes, the Nikkei is up 4%, so Asia is up. Japan making a 4.4% move. 33% saying no, we will not hold these gains. Well, there you go. There you go. I think that's pretty much it, guys. I think that is pretty much it. Trump should not be speaking tonight. He probably might be live. I mean, he might be live tomorrow, but if he's not, then this statement was enough. Again, the summary is that ceasefire has been negotiated. Iran, the U.S., Israel have agreed. And now the question is, how long does it last? Now, one thing I think a lot of people will be talking about is that Trump officially gave Iran control over the Strait of Hormuz, because obviously Iran has realized through this whole month how much power they have over the world, not just the United States, but the world with the Strait of Hormuz, which is a fair point. But then again, Iran already had that control before this happened. And I don't think the U.S. is going to be able to take away their sovereignty from the Strait of Hormuz. Just like the Iranians are not going to be able to, get the U.S. to unilaterally take off all the sanctions. So the question is going to be, what compromise do they come up with? Whether it's the Iranians are not giving up their sovereignty on the Strait. The U.S. is obviously not going to lift all sanctions, because that's just going to fuel the money that the Iranians have to keep operating in the Strait. So there's going to have to be something, which the easiest thing for the Iranians to give up is their nuclear enrichment program, even if it's symbolic. And then the U.S. is going to have to give up some sanction relief. And if those two things converge, maybe. Rocket Lab 70.64. Dude, we are still moving after hours. 673.78 on the S&P. All right, guys, that is it. Thank you all for joining. I appreciate it. I'm linking Steve's stream in the chat. What do we spam them with is the question. What do we spam them with? What do we do? We got to figure out what to spam them with first, and then we'll leave. What do we think? We need a juicy word for today. What do we spam them with? Wow, we really are moving after hours. We are still going. We are still going here. Question is now, will it hold? Mid-maxing. Taco's too basic, guys. Taco's basic. I gotta do something creative. What's something creative here? We need to think of something creative. Oh, Trump just tweeted again. Hold on. Hold on. Don't mess it up. The alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud, as CNN well knows. The false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria, and of course, legitimately picked up by CNN and blared out as a legitimate headline. What headline is he talking about? The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth Social below. Authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime was committed on the issuance of the fake CNN World statement, or was it a sick rogue player? Cactus, what is he talking about? What headline is he upset they ran with? CNN is being ordered to immediately withdraw this statement with full apologies for their, as usual, terrible reporting. Results of the investigation will be announced in the near future. What CNN World statement? What freaking World statement did CNN run with that he's upset about? That's not really affecting markets right now, but Cactus is like, what? I don't even know. Dude, what is he talking? No, what's CNN's actually been accurate today. By 3 hours before the ceasefire, they said the ceasefire was coming. I don't know what that. I have no idea. All right, guys, that's it. What do we spam? What do we spam? What do we spam? Let's spam sleep score. Do we do that for Tanner? Yes. That's kind of boring too, though. Dude, we need a good thing to spam. We need a good. Sleep score is kind of basic. Taco's basic. Okay, some of these are pretty funny. CNN already deleted it. Okay, well, whatever it was definitely pissed off Trump. I'm thinking way too hard on this. What do we already did Bon Jovi. We need a good one. We need a good one. There's Steve's channel right there in the chat. What do we do? And again, thank you everybody for joining. This is why we do this. This is why we do this every day. I for not even a millisecond am upset or unhappy for streaming for the past 4. I mean, these are the days. This is what you live for, right? This is the exciting part of the job. And today was a pretty important day. Trump's still tweeting about the CNN thing. Let's freaking spam. Okay, I can't hear you as meme. All right, it's mean because I've been in that position where I've been spammed by saying everyone's said no audio or something. Although no audio would be funny, but let's not do that. That's too intense. Trump is not live. Fuck, what's a good word today? Trump is not live. Why are you guys are just trying to make me stay longer? Trump is not freaking live. We would know if he's impromptu going live. Moon. There you go. Moon. That's perfect because hopefully our portfolios go to the moon. Yes, there you go. Moon. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. All right. There is the link. Moon is the word. Moon is the word. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. We'll be back for the market open tomorrow. And hopefully we can hold on to this momentum and keep this going. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Love you all. Thank you all for being here. This is why we do it. This is why we do it. I will see you guys tomorrow on the market open. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.